Chapter 2218, 2218 Sacrifice. 2218 Sacrifice. Lu Ping was shocked and released a divine power hurriedly to defend. However, that greater divine power could not withstand a single blow from the shifting willow branches and was shattered with ease. Suddenly, Lu Ping's vision blurred and a figure entered his line of sight. Before he could see who it was, he felt a tremendous force send him flying and he fell to the ground not far away. Lu Ping stood up quickly and looked over instinctively when he realized that his body was fine. Su Zimo stood where he was initially and was already entangled by the dozens of spiked and blood-colored willow branches. Earlier on, Su Zimo was the one who attacked in time and pushed Lu Ping back, saving his life. Junior brother Su. Lu Ping exclaimed and was about to step forward, prepared to attack. Pang! 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 Su Zimo shuddered and the dozens of willow branches on his body broke, letting out the sound of a bowstring snapping. Don't come over! Su Zimo hollered without turning back. This willow tree was unlike other plants. It even dared to attack him, let alone Lu Ping who was behind him. Lu Ping stopped in his tracks hurriedly. When he chased after Su Zimo earlier on, he gradually guessed that the reason why the plants in this space suddenly became non-offensive might be because of Su Zimo. Now that he saw that, he no longer had any doubts. Junior brother Su, be careful. I'll wait for you at the teleportation formation. Lu Ping knew that he would not be of much help even if he went forward. Instead, he would distract Su Zimo. There's no need. Leave your name on the earth ranking steel first. I'll rush over in a while. Su Zimo replied casually without turning back. Right now, he had yet to see the cultivators of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect join forces. If he was not wrong, those two factions were most likely at level 5. If they saw Lu Ping traveling with him, Lu Ping might be implicated instead. Lu Ping pondered for a moment and said, "That's good too. Thank you, junior brother Su. If I hadn't met you, I would have died in level 4. See you at the ranking battle." He bowed to Su Zimo before turning to leave. After arriving at the teleportation formation, he ascended. After arriving on level 5, Lu Ping felt his body sink, as though he had gained countless pounds. His every move became much slower and more difficult. Is this level 5? Lu Ping murmured softly and looked at the howling sand in the surroundings. Invigorated, he headed forward. After a long time, Lu Ping finally caught sight of a tall steel on the horizon ahead. It was the legendary Earth ranking steel. Lu Ping took out his badge and looked at the ranking, 58th. He was delighted. To think that not only would he be able to leave his name on the Earth ranking steel in this elimination round, his ranking would not be too low either. I wonder who else from the academy is here. Lu Ping pondered as he strode forward quickly. If I'm not wrong, senior brother Yi and junior sister Scarlet Rainbow will definitely be ahead of me. Senior brother Lu and senior brother Wang should be around the same as me. He was getting closer and closer to the Earth ranking steel. Before long, Lu Ping could already see dozens of cultivators scattered beneath the Earth ranking steel. Among them were fellow sect mates of Heaven and Earth Academy. Yi Fei and Princess Scarlet Rainbow were among them. Senior brother Yi, you guys are so fast. Lu Ping waved his arm and greeted from afar. Everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy was still in a lotus position. They did not get up and merely widened their eyes without replying. Although Lu Ping was puzzled, he did not think too much about it. He was about to carve his name on the Earth ranking steel and was a little emotional as he smiled. Senior brother Yi, you guys didn't expect me to arrive here so quickly, right? Actually, I nearly died in level 4. Thankfully, I met junior brother Su and he brought me all the way here. That was how I surpassed everyone and arrived here. Junior brother Su is still at level 4. He's about to arrive. When he heard that, Yi Fei's expression changed and a resolute look flashed through his eyes. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Ah! Suddenly, Yi Fei stood up and let out a long roar, as though countless shackles had broken. His black hair turned grayish-white rapidly and danced as his face aged rapidly. However, his eyes shone with a resolute gaze. In the square, the crowd was astonished. Under normal circumstances, there was no way Yi Fei could break free from Immortal Tai Hua's power. At that moment, Yi Fei's condition was truly terrifying. Lifespan sacrifice art. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy exclaimed in shock. Many cultivators present were astounded when they heard that. This secret skill came from Heaven and Earth Academy and was extremely famous in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain of the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and even the entire heavenly world. There were only 3 levels to the secret skill. At level 1, once released, one would lose 100,000 years of lifespan instantly. However, they would obtain an immense burst of power within a short period of time. Yi Fei was not old and was around 40,000 years old. However, the lifespan of an Earth Immortal was only 200,000 years. After releasing that secret skill, it meant that Yi Fei had instantly turned from his peak age into his twilight years. This would have a huge impact on his future. Once one entered their twilight years, their blood qi and mental state would deteriorate and there would be many dangers if they wanted to break through a major cultivation realm. What Yi Fei did was equivalent to abandoning his future in order to break free from the seal left behind by Immortal Tai Hua. It was not only in the square. Everyone in front of the earth-ranking steel was stunned for a moment and could not react. Nobody expected Yi Fei, who was initially sealed, to suddenly break free. Junior brother Lu, hurry and retreat. Yi Fei's eyes widened in anger as he hollered, Tai Hua and the others set up a trap here. Tell junior brother Su not to ascend. Because Lu Ping was traveling with Su Zimo, he was the only one who could help Su Zimo avoid this calamity. In Yi Fei's heart, he was the number 1 of the outer sect and the senior brother of Su Zimo and the others. He should do his best to protect his fellow sect mates in the academy. He should give up everything to protect the dignity of the academy. The Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect tried their best to join forces to kill junior brother Su. He could not stop them with his strength alone. All he could do was remind Su Zimo to let the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect's plan go to waste. You have a death wish. Immortal Tai Hua's expression darkened as he suddenly bounced up from the ground. Instantly, he arrived before Yi Fei and extended his palm. A gigantic rune condensed and enveloped down once more. The power that Yi Fei exchanged for releasing the lifespan sacrifice art was already used to break free from the seal on his body. Right now, he could not defend against Immortal Tai Hua at all. Grabbing Yi Fei by the throat, Immortal Tai Hua asked coldly with a murderous expression, "Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you?" Yi Fei's gaze was ferocious, but he could not channel his essence spirit and blood qi. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood towards Immortal Tai Hua's face. Caught off guard, Immortal Tai Hua turned his head hurriedly but could not dodge all of them as blood splattered on his face. Immortal Tai Hua was expressionless as blood flowed down his face slowly, making his face look extremely terrifying. You call yourself an immortal? You shameless piece of bullshit. Yi Fei's face turned purple as he cursed with difficulty. Immortal Tai Hua exerted strength in his palm and crushed Yi Fei's throat. A tremendous power surged into his consciousness and shattered his essence spirit. Yi Fei's head was torn apart, revealing a shocking hole of blood. Chapter 2219, 2219 Chase. 2219 Chase. The square was silent. At the very least, the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect knew their limits when they joined forces to deal with Heaven and Earth Academy. They merely restrained disciples of the Academy so that they could not interfere or help Su Zimo. Although the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were indignant, they could still endure it. But now, the number one of Heaven and Earth Academy's outer sect, Yi Fei, was killed by Immortal Tai Hua. The situation had escalated and was even out of control. Even Heaven Immortal White Sea's eyelids twitched a few times in shock. In order to not fall out too badly with Heaven and Earth Academy when the two factions joined forces to kill Su Zimo, he and Prince Yuanzhua had instructed them not to harm the lives of anyone else from Heaven and Earth Academy. However, he had not expected Yi Fei to be so resolute and would rather release the lifespan sacrifice art than be controlled by others. Furthermore, Yi Fei even spoke rudely to Immortal Tai Hua time and again. Immortal Tai Hua was the reincarnation of a perfected immortal. Although he was at the Earth Immortal realm, he possessed the pride and dignity of a perfected immortal. He could not accept being cursed and spat blood at by Yi Fei in front of everyone. Unable to contain his killing intent any longer, he killed Yi Fei on the spot. Bang! The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy slammed the table and stood up with enraged expressions. White Sea, what's the meaning of this? Elder Zhong was enraged and kicked away the table in front of him, sending it flying towards Flying Immortal Sect. In the direction of Flying Immortal Sect, the cultivators led by Heaven Immortal White Sea and the others stood up one after another and placed their palms on their storage bags. The situation between both parties was tense and a huge battle could break out at any moment. Everyone, calm down. Perfected Immortal Xia Ling released a thick perfected immortal pressure that enveloped the hall. Under such a vast and majestic pressure, neither party could attack. He was hosting the 10,000-year meet this time round and naturally could not let the conflict between the two parties escalate into another fight between the Heaven Immortals. Heaven Immortal White Sea gradually regained his composure and spread his folding fan, sneering coldly, Elder Zhong, your academy disciple was the one who sent provocations repeatedly, resulting in his death. Immortal Tai Hua can't be blamed for this. Immortal Tai Hua is the reincarnation of a perfected immortal. Even I have to be respectful when I see him. How can he be insulted by an Earth Immortal? Elder He's gaze was filled with hatred as he said coldly, you mean to say that my academy disciple deserved to be killed? I didn't say that. Heaven Immortal White Sea shrugged his shoulders slightly and said, however, the rules of the 9 heavens are that life and death battles are allowed. Flying Immortal Sect did not break the rules either. Although everything that the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect had done up till now was shameless, it was indeed within the rules. Prince Yuanzhua raised his brow slightly as well and chimed in, why? Cultivators of other sects are allowed to die but not disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy? Heaven Immortal Green Peak coughed gently and said, up till this point of the elimination round, many disciples of sects and factions have died. I've never seen their seniors so agitated. Isn't the reaction of these few elders a little too exaggerated? It's not that disciples of the academy can't die. It's that they can't die in such an unjust manner. Elder Zhong shouted, if Tai Hua of Flying Immortal Sect had fought fairly with Yi Fei, I would have no objections even if Yi Fei died. However, Tai Hua and the other two surrounded Yi Fei and sealed him first. Now that they killed him, so what if I had a huge reaction? Am I not allowed to speak up? Heaven Immortal White Sea chuckled and said, elders, if cultivators of Flying Immortal Sect or the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom are killed, we won't say anything no matter what methods were used. No one can be blamed for their lack of competence. That's right. Prince Yuanzhua smiled and nodded as well, adding, you guys. Elder Zhong was filled with rage but he had nowhere to vent it. Good man. At the side, Yunting suddenly raised his wine bowl and gestured in the direction of the 9 heavens before spilling the wine on the ground. Elders, let's sit down and wait for the elimination round to end. Perfected Immortal Xia Ling said in a deep voice, I believe that Immortal Tai Hua killed Yi Fei by accident in a moment of impulse. At the very least, up till now, the other disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy have not been injured. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy had ashen expressions and refused to sit back. They stood on the spot and continued looking at the 9 heavens. In front of the earth-ranking steel. When Immortal Tai Hua killed Yi Fei, everything happened so suddenly that the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Even the cultivators of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were stunned for a moment and could not react. Ooh, ooh. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's eyes were bloodshot and she had a pained expression as she cried continuously. The other disciples of the academy that were restrained had sorrowful expressions as well. Far away, Lu Ping was shocked when he saw that. This scene had a huge impact on him. Initially, he came here with joy and excitement, prepared to carve his name on the earth-ranking steel, only to witness this scene. He was completely unprepared. Thereafter, Lu Ping finally realized what happened. Senior Brother Yi is dead. Immortal Tai Hua and the others are going to attack Junior Brother Su here. I have to inform Junior Brother Su and not let him ascend. Those thoughts flashed through Lu Ping's mind. Right on the heels of that, Lu Ping grit his teeth and spun around, sprinting back the way he came. His blood qi surged and he released all his divine powers and secret skills, channeling his speed to its limits. Tai Han's expression changed and he realized right away that there was a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy not restrained by them. Tai Han sped towards Lu Ping. Although he had wasted some time at level 2, he was still able to catch up and be ranked 4th on the earth-ranking steel. One could imagine the speed of his movement techniques. Although Lu Ping left first, Tai Han caught up to him not long after. A chilling intent came from behind. Without turning back, Lu Ping could sense that Tai Han was getting closer and closer. Swoosh! 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 Tai Han waved his hand and gathered his essence qi, releasing a few ice blades that were as thin as cicada wings. Instantly, they tore through the air and slashed towards Lu Ping's back. Lu Ping conjured divine powers and dermic arts as he sprinted. Bang! Bang! The two of them clashed and the ice blades were extremely sharp, slicing Lu Ping's divine powers into pieces. Poof! 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 Although the few ice blades did not hit Lu Ping's vitals, they caused his body to tremble slightly and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The mouthful of blood was filled with ice shards and his nose and mouth were filled with cold air. The difference between them was too great. Lu Ping widened his eyes and forced himself to focus. Ignoring his injuries, he continued sprinting forward. Although the power of the ice blades weakened, they still had a huge impact on his body. As time passed by, Lu Ping felt his limbs turn colder as he shivered continuously, even his hair and brows were covered by a layer of frost. The blood qi in his body circulated slower and even showed signs of freezing. I don't want to kill you, but you had better stop in your tracks lest the coldness infiltrates your organs and bones and damages your foundation. Tai Han's emotionless voice sounded beside Lu Ping. If my ice blades invade your consciousness, even perfected immortals won't be able to save you. Chapter 2220, 2220 A Better Body. 2220 A Better Body. Whether I live or die is none of your business. Lu Ping hollered and suddenly channeled his essence spirit, releasing a secret skill. The temperature of his bloodline that was initially about to freeze rose rapidly and in the blink of an eye, it boiled with scarlet flames. Lu Ping's figure turned into a streak of flames and his speed increased exponentially, almost flying through the air. He sprinted into the distance and distanced himself from Tai Han rapidly. Frowning, Tai Han hastened to catch up as well. However, even if his movement technique was at its limits, he would only be able to match Lu Ping at most and would not be able to close in. How long can you last by burning your essence blood to release your escape technique? Tai Han said coldly, when you can't hold on any longer, the attacks of the ice blades in your body will become even more ferocious and you'll definitely die. Essence blood was equivalent to the foundation of a cultivator's blood qi. This escape technique was rare to begin with and its effect was extremely shocking the moment it was released. This blood ignition escape technique was similar to dermic blood escape but different. The dermic blood escape technique expended a portion of the cultivator's blood qi in exchange for a momentary increase in speed without damaging his foundation and body. However, the blood ignition escape technique required one to burn his essence blood continuously. If he could not stop it and his essence blood burned continuously, it would eventually cause irreparable damage to the cultivator and touch their foundation, they might even die. The reason why Lu Ping could defend against the invasion of the frost qi and ice blades for the time being was because of the immense power released by burning his essence blood. On the one hand, that power was used to increase his speed. On the other hand, it was used to defend against the frost qi and ice blades in his body. Once his essence blood was depleted and the cold qi invaded, he would definitely die as Tai Han had said. Lu Ping knew it as well but he did not stop in his tracks. If not for junior brother Su, I would have died in level 4. My life was saved by junior brother Su. I can't let him ascend. Senior brother Yi sacrificed himself and died. I must not let him down. Not only do I have to remind junior brother Su, I have to remind my fellow sect mates from the academy. I have to hold on. Lu Ping recalled those thoughts repeatedly. His essence blood burned faster and faster and his body became weaker as the journey grew longer. However, his gaze became firmer. I must meet junior brother Su alive. I want to tell him everything so that he can prevent our other fellow disciples. With that obsession, Lu Ping actually burst forth with a shocking will to survive against Tai Han's pursuit. Like Yi Fei, he refused to submit. In the square, everyone was moved when they saw the academy cultivator who was burning with flames but had a cold aura above his head. Although he had a pale expression, his gaze was resolute. At that moment, many cultivators finally understood why Heaven and Earth Academy was one of the 4 immortal sections. Everyone gradually understood what Yi Fei wanted to protect even at the cost of his life. It was the dignity of Heaven and Earth Academy. Disciples of the Academy would definitely not bow down. If this continues, that Academy disciple won't be able to survive. Sigh, I didn't expect this outcome. Heaven and Earth Academy lost 2 people in succession and Princess Scarlet Rainbow is the only one on the Earth ranking this time round. However, they won the respect of many people. Lu Ping, an Earth Immortal whose combat strength could not even pass level 4, was worlds apart from Tai Han. However, under the watchful eyes of countless cultivators, Lu Ping managed to escape from Tai Han's pursuit and finally caught sight of the teleportation formation to level 4. The elders of the academy watched everything with reddened eyes. When Lu Ping arrived at the teleportation formation, he turned back and grinned at Tai Han who was charging over. He left level 5 and disappeared. Standing there, Tai Han hesitated for a moment but did not chase after Lu Ping. Even if he stopped chasing, Lu Ping would be a dead man. Furthermore, the terrain of level 4 was complicated and the vegetation was lush. If he encountered Su Zimo inside, the outcome would be unpredictable and there was no need for him to take the risk. At that thought, Tai Han turned around and walked towards the earth-ranking steel. Level 4. In front of the gigantic willow tree, Su Zimo held a small jade-green branch in his hands. That tree branch was the treasure of level 4. The treasure was called the Jupiter Wood but it was actually a stone that fell off Jupiter Wood. However, it looked like a tree branch and was filled with life. Su Zimo held the Jupiter Wood. The green lotus true body had a strong desire to devour and take the power of the Jupiter Wood for itself. He hesitated for a moment and did not throw the Jupiter wood into the hell suppression tripod. Instead, he put it away in his storage bag first. The hell suppression tripod had a chance of repairing the fourth tripod wall after devouring the Venus stone. Although the Azure Dragon's sacred soul showed no signs of awakening, if he obtained other treasures later on, it would not be too late to give them to the hell suppression tripod. However, there were not many treasures suitable for the Green Lotus true body to absorb. One after another, the willow branches danced around Su Zimo and brushed his shoulders gently. They looked extremely docile and no longer had the aggression from earlier on. The middle of the willow tree was split apart forcefully by Su Zimo as he snatched the Jupiter wood away. Even with the help of the Jupiter wood, its strength could not fight against the creation Green Lotus. At that moment, it knew that its life and death depended on a single thought of Su Zimo and began to plead for mercy. Su Zimo had a mocking expression as he looked at the willow tree before him and sneered, "You're only thinking of begging for mercy now?" Suddenly, Su Zimo sensed something and glanced sideways at the teleportation formation not far away. A figure staggered over with a pale face and purplish lips. It was Lu Ping who had ascended not long ago. What happened? Su Zimo hurried forward and hollered. "Junior brother Su, I'm not going to make it. Please don't ascend." When Lu Ping saw Su Zimo, he felt relieved and panted. Tai Hua and the others are guarding the steel of the earth ranking, prepared to join forces to deal with you. Everyone else in the academy has been sealed by them. Let's talk about it later. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved and scanned Lu Ping, frowning. Lu Ping's essence blood was completely burned. At that moment, Tai Han's frost chi ice blades that entered his body released a terrifying might. His flesh, bones and organs had already frozen into ice. Su Zimo went forward to support Lu Ping. The moment his palm made contact with Lu Ping's arm, it shattered into countless ice shards. Lu Ping's body was completely crippled with no life left. The cold qi surged into Lu Ping's consciousness, wanting to freeze his essence spirit. Humph. Sensing this, Su Zimo attacked decisively and released a rich and pure essence qi that surged into Lu Ping's body, shattering the frost qi ice blades. Lu Ping's essence spirit survived. However, his body was also shattered by this clash, turning into ice shards that scattered beneath Su Zimo's feet. It's nothing much to lose this body. At the very least, I managed to survive. Lu Ping's essence spirit laughed bitterly. A thought jolted through Su Zimo's mind as he suddenly said, "That body of yours is nothing much as well. I'll give you a better body." Chapter 2221, 2221 Assimilation. 2221 Assimilation. A better body? Lu Ping smiled bitterly, thinking that Su Zimo was comforting him. This is the 9 heavens. There's no physical body to replace mine. Su Zimo remained silent and escorted Lu Ping's essence spirit back to the willow tree. The willow tree seemed to have realized something as well and was a little afraid, causing its drooping branches to sway slightly. "I'll give you 2 choices now," Su Zimo said indifferently. "First, I'll kill your essence spirit. Your soul will disperse and all your memories will be erased." The creation Green Lotus was the only god among plants in the world. The plants in this space might not recognize the creation Green Lotus. However, when they sensed Su Zimo's aura, they felt a fear that came from the depths of their souls and chose to submit. As for the willow tree, its greed caused it to want to make use of the Jupiter wood to devour Su Zimo when it sensed the powerful life force emanating from him. Initially, Su Zimo had no intention of letting it off. The willow tree trembled and its tender branches caressed Su Zimo's clothes continuously, as though it was begging for mercy. Su Zimo continued, "Second choice, don't resist and let my senior brother of the same sect assimilate you. Your essence spirits will fuse and he will inherit your memories as well. From a certain perspective, you will be reborn in another way. Furthermore, you will leave this place and see the wider world outside. Actually, it was not a problem for Su Zimo to kill the willow tree essence spirit and let Lu Ping's essence spirit reside in the body of the willow tree. However, Lu Ping was a human while the willow tree belonged to the Flora race. Even if Lu Ping could control the body of the willow tree, he would feel immense discomfort and rejection. He would not be able to unleash the full power of the body. The body of the willow tree had lived for a long time and devoured countless Earth Immortals in level 4. Its life force was immense and unimaginable, even heaven Immortals of the human race could not compare to it. All these years, it had even taken over the Jupiter wood to cultivate. The power contained in this body was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, it would not have dared to challenge Su Zimo. The only way to unleash the full power of the willow tree body was if the willow tree essence spirit did not resist while Lu Ping assimilated it. Although the willow tree would die, Lu Ping could inherit its memories. It was equivalent to the fusion of two essence spirits. That way, this body would not reject Lu Ping's essence spirit. This was the best of both worlds for Lu Ping and the willow tree. After a moment of silence, the willow tree released a spirit consciousness and agreed to the decision. If it did not agree, it would be killed by Su Zimo. It might as well be assimilated by Lu Ping and leave this world. Junior brother Su. Lu Ping listened at the side and gradually understood what Su Zimo meant. You can inherit this body first. If you don't like it, you can replace it if you meet something better in the future. Su Zimo said. All right. Lu Ping agreed excitedly. Without the protection of his body, his essence spirit could meet with danger at any moment. Furthermore, the body of the willow tree before him did not seem bad. At that moment, Lu Ping had yet to realize how terrifying and vast the power contained within the body of the willow tree was. This was the greatest opportunity for him up till this point of his cultivation. Su Zimo sent Lu Ping's essence spirit into the willow tree's consciousness. Although time was tight, he was in no hurry to leave. He stood on the spot and guarded silently with a burning gaze. The willow tree was way too bold. It was not impossible for it to change its mind and devour Lu Ping's essence spirit after he left. Sensing Su Zimo's gaze, the final ripple in the willow tree's heart calmed down as well. It gave up on resisting completely and allowed Lu Ping's essence spirit to assimilate it. The two essence spirits began to make contact and gradually fused. The essence spirit of the willow tree was a gigantic green light. Although it was still an Earth Immortal, the power of its essence spirit released by the ball of light was much stronger than Lu Ping's essence spirit. In the face of that gigantic green light, Lu Ping's essence spirit was at most a fingernail-sized spot of light. If it had not given up on resisting completely, Lu Ping would not have been able to succeed in his assimilation. Under Su Zimo's gaze, the light spot absorbed the energy of the green light bit by bit and grew stronger. Before long, the energy of Lu Ping's essence spirit finally surpassed the willow tree and his devouring speed increased significantly. After a while, there was only an essence spirit left in the consciousness. The assimilation was successful. Of course, the memories of the willow tree were complex and it would take Lu Ping some time to digest them completely. After the two essence spirits fused, they were not too stable and had to continue waiting. No matter what, Lu Ping's life was no longer in danger. Furthermore, after he controlled the body of the willow tree completely, there should be no one in level 4 who could threaten him. Su Zimo turned around and walked towards the teleportation formation expressionlessly, prepared to ascend to level 5. Junior brother Su, don't go. Right then, Lu Ping's spirit consciousness sounded. His essence spirit was not stable yet and his spirit consciousness seemed ethereal. Tai Hua and the others sealed disciples of the academy. It was because senior brother Yi sacrificed his life to break free from the seal and warn me that I had a chance to escape. Sacrificed his life? Su Zimo paused in his tracks and frowned slightly. Senior Brother Yi is dead. He released the lifespan sacrifice art and broke free from the seal on his body, reminding me to be careful and to have me stop you from ascending. Senior Brother Yi Fei called Tai Hua shameless and spat out blood on his face before being killed by the latter. As Lu Ping sent the messages one after another with his spirit consciousness, Su Zimo's expression turned increasingly cold. Senior Brother Yi Fei was dead. Although Su Zimo had joined Heaven and Earth Academy for 1,000 years, the two of them had only met for the first time at this 10,000-year meet. The two of them did not have much of a relationship. At most, they were sect mates. In fact, Su Zimo did not have a deep impression of Senior Brother Yi Fei. However, he had not expected Yi Fei to die tragically at level 5. He had once thought that as long as Heaven and Earth Academy did not interfere in his feud with the Great Gene Immortal Sect and Flying Immortal Sect, disciples of the Academy would be spared from the killing and fighting. However, he had not expected that the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect would not only want to kill him, but also teach Heaven and Earth Academy a lesson. Su Zimo's expression darkened and his killing intent surged as he walked towards the teleportation formation. Junior Brother Su, why are you still heading over? Lu Ping watched as Su Zimo walked further and further away, feeling increasingly worried. However, his essence spirit had just been synthesized and was not stable enough. He could not control the body of the willow tree completely and could not take on human form. As such, he could not leave and could only worry. Nothing much. I'm just going to bring Senior Brother Ye's corpse back. Standing on the teleportation formation, Su Zimo paused for a moment with a cold glint in his eyes before saying slowly, additionally, some people will have to die with him. Chapter 22:22 I'll start with you. 22:22 I'll start with you. In the square. When they saw that, everyone who heard Su Zimo had different expressions. Some shook their heads and sighed, some looked disdainful and some looked worried. When Heaven Immortal White Sea saw Lu Ping escape and informed Su Zimo about this, he was still worried that Su Zimo would be afraid and not advance. He only heaved a sigh of relief and was relieved when he saw that Su Zimo had ascended to level 5. I know that lad too well. He won't back down. Prince Yuanzhua had a smile on his face, as though he had expected this. This lad is extremely audacious and does not have any reservations. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. It's good for young people to be sharp and hot-blooded. Heaven Immortal White Sea smiled. Unfortunately, he's going to die this time round. At that moment, there were already 8 Earth Immortals from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom who had arrived before the Earth ranking steel, including Tai Han. Including Immortal Tai Hua, there were 10 Earth Immortals from Flying Immortal Sect. A total of 22 people from those two factions had entered the 9 heavens. Right now, 18 people had already arrived and were waiting for Su Zimo to deliver himself. Among them were peak Earth Immortal experts like Immortal Tai Hua, Qing Chunzi, and Tai Han. Given such a huge lineup, even a grade 1 or 2 Heaven Immortal would most likely die here. Your Highness, will Mr. Su be alright? Su Xiaotian asked softly with a worried expression. Xie Qingqing opened his mouth slightly, wanting to speak but stopped. In the end, he sighed gently without saying anything. If Su Zimo had not released so many trump cards in the previous level 4, he might have had a chance of survival. But now, he had expended a lot of energy to clear level 4. He had already released many trump cards in advance and could not release them again within a short period of time. On the other side, Immortal Tai Hua, Qing Chunzi, Tai Han and the other Earth Immortals had been waiting for a long time to conserve their energy. Notwithstanding the difference in strength between the two parties, there was a huge difference in terms of condition. How could this battle be fought? The elders of the academy stood on the spot with sorrowful expressions. They could not stop Su Zimo from ascending and could only let the situation develop. Among everyone present, there might only be a single person who was the most relaxed and calm. Yun Ting looked at the figure in the 9 heavens and drank a bowl of strong wine, murmuring, "You won't disappoint me, right?" To be fair, even if he was in the same position, he could not guarantee that he would win this round. Ferocious winds howled and yellow sand billowed. In front of the earth-ranking steel, a corpse laid there motionlessly with most of its body covered by the sandstorm. At the side, there were dozens of figures scattered around, either sitting or standing. Everyone had different expressions, but their eyes that opened occasionally revealed a hint of anticipation. Before long, a figure strode over from afar. It was Tai Han, who had chased after Lu Ping earlier on and had finally returned. "Where is he?" Qing Chunzi raised his brow and asked. "He escaped." Tai Han did not say much and replied coldly. "He escaped?" Qing Chunzi frowned and questioned, "You're the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards. How could you let a nobody like that escape?" "He burned his essence blood to release his escape technique. I can't catch up to him." Tai Han said, "However, he won't be able to survive after being struck by my ice blades." Immortal Tai Hua opened his eyes and sneered. He was a little angry as well as he grumbled, "However, if he tells Su Zimo about this, our preparations might go to waste." "No." Tai Han's voice did not fluctuate either as he said, "Before this, I studied Su Zimo. If he knew that a disciple of the academy died in our hands, he would definitely ascend." "Oh?" Immortal Tai Hua asked, "He will come despite knowing that he will die. He's not afraid of death." Tai Han said coldly. Just as Immortal Tai Hua was about to speak, his expression changed. At the same time, all the cultivators before the earth-ranking steel sensed something. Some people who were resting with their eyes closed opened them as well. Even Feng Yin's expression changed as he looked into the distance. In the endless yellow sand, a figure was walking over slowly. That person seemed to be extremely slow. However, every single step caused the ground beneath everyone's feet to tremble, as though a supreme ferocious beast was about to be born deep underground. An extremely terrifying killing intent filled the world that sent shivers down one's spine. He was here. Immortal Tai Hua and the other 17 top Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect stood up one after another. Their gazes intensified and powerful auras burst forth from their bodies, howling towards the figure like a tsunami. All the Earth Immortals who could reach this place and leave their names on the Earth-ranking steel had been famous for many years. All of them were peerless paragons. Any one of the 18 people would not be afraid of Su Zimo. Boom! 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 Su Zimo's aura collided with the incoming aura, and it was as though a series of thunderclaps sounded in the firmaments, causing space to tremble. Su Zimo did not retreat a single step and was still advancing. He actually dares to come? Yufeng of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect frowned slightly. Perhaps he wants to perish together with these paragons of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Xia Yun sighed gently. Perish together? Yunlei shook his head. With Immortal Tai Hua, Qing Chunzi and Tai Han, the 3 Earth Immortals, he won't even have the chance. What a strong killing intent. Far away, Feng Yin suddenly murmured. In a flash, Tai Hua and the others rushed forward and surrounded Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. When Xia Yun saw that there was no one guarding Princess Scarlet Rainbow, he came to the side and circulated a dermic art, wanting to remove the seal in her body. However, Immortal Tai Hua's seal was way too domineering. He released consecutive dermic arts but could only dispel the seal on Princess Scarlet Rainbow's tongue. Most of the restrictions on her body could not be shaken. Junior brother Su. Princess Scarlet Rainbow had a pained expression. Just as she could speak, she roared, "Senior brother Yi was killed by Tai Hua. You have to take revenge for him and kill Tai Hua. Don't worry." Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo looked at Tai Hua and the others and said slowly, all the Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect will have to die with Senior Brother Yi in the 9 heavens today. Fu. Qing Chenzi shook his head and chuckled with a mocking expression. Su Zimo, you might not have realized the situation you're in, right? Let me introduce myself. Qing Chenzi raised his head slightly and was interrupted by Su Zimo the moment he spoke. You don't have to introduce yourself. Su Zimo glared at Qing Chenzi, who was not far away, and said coldly, I'll start with you. Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo stomped heavily on the ground. The entire ground shook violently. Crack. Immediately after, right in front of everyone, a gigantic and dark crack appeared on the ground of level 5. A buzzing sound of a sword echoed from within with a boiling killing intent. Chapter 22-23, 2223 Kill. 2223 Kill. Nobody dared to believe that Su Zimo would dare to attack first against the encirclement of peak Earth Immortals such as Tai Hua. A peerless ferocious beast that was filled with killing intent and was formed from countless sword chi tore out from the ground and bit towards Qing Chenzi. Qing Chenzi had not expected that Su Zimo's attack would come from underground. The gravity of level 5 was far superior to the outside world, and the ground beneath everyone's feet was much sturdier than the ground outside. The scene of Su Zimo's stomp cracking the ground was way too shocking. Qing Chenzi was slightly stunned, and a menacing ferocious beast darted out from beneath him, charging towards him with a murderous aura. Go! At the end of the day, Qing Chenzi's combat strength was ranked top 10 on the Earth ranking. Although he lost the initiative against the sudden attack, his reaction was extremely fast. He channeled his blood chi and soared into the air, releasing a movement secret skill without hesitation. At the same time, Qing Chenzi's hands waved down continuously, condensing his essence chi into black threads that coiled around the ferocious beast to delay its speed. The Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and the other cultivators of Flying Immortal Sect attacked one after another as well. Some of them charged toward Su Zimo while others released immortal arts and divine powers, attacking the ferocious beast that burst forth from the ground. Now that everyone had joined forces, there was naturally no way they would sit by idly and watch Su Zimo attack Qing Chenzi. Immortal Tai Hua extended his fingertip and drew a complicated rune in midair rapidly, emitting a bedazzling light as he prepared to strike Su Zimo. Suddenly, sensing something, Immortal Tai Hua spun around and hollered at Qing Chenzi, who was leaping into the air, "Watch out up there." When Qing Chenzi saw that he had escaped from the pursuit of the ferocious beast beneath him, he had just caught his breath and relaxed when he heard Immortal Tai Hua's warning. Right on the heels of that, a large shadow shrouded over his head. An even more terrifying killing intent enveloped him, and it was chilling to the bones, almost seeping into his organs. Qing Chenzi felt his scalp prickle and his limbs turn cold. At that moment, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had also experienced countless life and death dangers. However, there had never been a time when he felt so close to death. A blood mist spewed out. Qing Chenzi's body was devoured by a gigantic mouth and was crushed into a blood mist instantly. His essence spirit did not even have the chance to escape and was destroyed on the spot. Even till his death, Qing Chenzi did not know what had killed him. As for the cultivators watching from the sidelines, they saw everything clearly. Just as the ground split open and the ferocious beast with wings charged out, countless sword chi condensed into a divine dragon in the firmaments and swooped down. The combined attack of the dragon snake had a torrential killing intent, and Qing Chenzi died on the spot. Pust! Gasps could be heard from the square. Many cultivators were shocked, and they saw what happened in the 9 heavens. Against the encirclement of Tai Hua and 17 other peak Earth Immortals, the moment the battle broke out, Su Zimo was the one who killed Qing Chenzi of Flying Immortal Sect with thunderous methods. What was that dragon snake earlier on? What a terrifying attack! I can even sense that killing intent through the firmament ancient mirror. I wonder if that's a divine power or secret skill. I've never heard of it before. This should be Su Zimo's strongest trump card. A commotion broke out in the crowd. When the Earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. If I'm not wrong, that attack earlier on should be the legendary Earth-slaying sword art. Perfected Immortal Xia Ling said slowly. Earth-slaying sword art? Su Zimo of the Academy actually possesses two of the three great sword arts, human and earth-slaying? That explains why Yunting challenged him openly. If that's the case, it's no surprise why Qingquanzi died to the earth-slaying sword art. The moment he said that, an even louder commotion broke out. Most cultivators did not recognize that attack at all. Yunting was the only one who had a calm expression and a faint smile on his face. He was not surprised. Back in the Emperor's tomb, when the two of them fought, Yunting had already seen Su Zimo's two sword arts. However, even the two sword arts could not defeat his human-slaying sword. 9 heavens. Qingquanzi's death did not stop the battle. Instead, it intensified the attacks of the other cultivators. Nobody looked down on Su Zimo anymore. A portion of the cultivators attacked and destroyed the soaring serpent and divine dragon conjured by the earth-slaying sword art, while the other portion charged towards Su Zimo. Tai Han's physique was strong and his blood qi was strong. With a cold expression, he arrived before Su Zimo in the blink of an eye and was prepared to fight him in melee combat. From the earth-ranking prediction, he knew that Su Zimo was very strong in melee combat. Back in the depths of Level 2's ocean trench, the two of them fought once as well. However, the current situation was completely different from before. Even with Qingquanzi's death, there were more than 10 cultivators holding back Su Zimo, including Immortal Tai Hua who had the most terrifying attacks. As long as Su Zimo was slightly distracted, he would definitely be severely injured in melee combat. Roar! Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his mouth with a dignified expression and let out a deafening roar like the enraged diamond gaze of a Vajra. It sounded like a dragon roar, a phoenix cry and the cries of all beasts. With Su Zimo as the center, the terrifying sound domain power almost materialized and spread like air currents. Many cultivators shuddered. When a few cultivators saw Su Zimo speak, they realized that something was amiss and released their sound domain secret skills hurriedly. However, their sound domain secret skills could not withstand a single blow from Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill and were destroyed with ease. The attacks of those cultivators dissipated instantly. Even the rune that Immortal Tai Hua had just conjured was showing signs of dispersing. Tai Han was the first to be struck. Ah! Tai Han's eyes widened as he growled and circulated a dermic art. A layer of ice rapidly formed on his ears as he felt the impact of the Dragon Roar secret skill. Crack! Crack! The layer of ice shattered instantly, but it blocked the greatest damage of the Dragon Roar secret skill. Given Tai Han's physique and blood qi, he could withstand the remaining power. Although the attacks of the other cultivators dissipated, their foundations were not injured. Some cultivators' blood qi rumbled and tsunamis surged as they defended against the impact of the Dragon Roar secret skill. Some cultivators had slightly weaker physiques, but they could release sound domain secret skills and negate most of the damage. Blood seeped out of their ears, but they circulated their blood qi and their injuries healed completely. Of the remaining 17 Earth Immortals, only one had a stiff expression and a dull gaze. He stood on the spot motionlessly with blood oozing from all orifices and fell to the ground, dead. The cultivator was from Flying Immortal sect. His physique and blood qi were weak and that was his greatest weakness. However, in terms of immortal arts and divine powers, he was second only to Immortal Tai Hua. To think that he would be killed on the spot by Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill before he even had the chance to attack. The cultivator laid limply on the ground like a pile of mud. His bones were already shattered by the Dragon Roar secret skill. In the blink of an eye, 2 people from Flying Immortal sect died in succession. Chapter 2224, 2224 Initiative. 2224 Initiative. Qingchenzi. In the square, Heaven Immortal White Sea's expression turned cold when he saw Qingchenzi die. He closed his folding fan and murmured softly with a look of pity. However, before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo released his Dragon Roar secret skill. Right on the heels of that, Flying Immortal sect lost another person. Yu. Heaven Immortal White Sea could not contain his shock and stood up with a furious expression. After the battle broke out, Su Zimo was not injured at all. However, Flying Immortal sect had already lost 2 people in succession. How could he calm down? How tragic. That Earth Immortal of Flying Immortal sect was killed by a roar. For Su Zimo, even if he dies now, it's already a gain. Hearing the discussions around him and sensing the gazes of many cultivators, Heaven Immortal White Sea took a deep breath and gradually composed himself before returning to his seat. The cultivators that surrounded Su Zimo were indeed peak Earth Immortals. At that distance, the lethality of the Dragon Roar secret skill was extremely terrifying. However, only one of the remaining Earth Immortals died. Immortal Taihua watched helplessly as his fellow sect mate died. Sound Domain's secret skills were instantaneous. At most, they could only protect themselves and could not save others. Furthermore, after the Sound Domain's secret skill, Immortal Taihua felt a strong killing intent and there was no time for him to think further. He was targeted by Su Zimo. The burst of the Sound Domain's secret skill merely dispersed the attacks of the other cultivators. Su Zimo's true target was Immortal Taihua. In fact, he ignored Taihan beside him and used the True Dragon 9 flashes to appear behind Immortal Taihua in a flash, extending his hand. The Great Chaos Essence palm burst forth and crushed down on Immortal Taihua's head. Yi Fei was killed by Immortal Taihua. The first person Su Zimo wanted to kill was Taihua. The Dragon Roar secret skill, True Dragon 9 flashes and Great Chaos Essence palm were all released to kill Immortal Taihua. When Immortal Taihua saw Su Zimo disappear, he channeled his spirit consciousness without hesitation and waved his hand, sending the rune he conjured over. Boom! The Great Chaos Essence palm collided with the rune with a loud bang. Su Zimo did not take a single step back. However, Immortal Taihua's expression was unchanged as he tapped his feet on the ground and released his movement technique, seizing the opportunity to distance himself from Su Zimo. Both parties were evenly matched this time round and neither of them had the upper hand. Swoosh! Su Zimo's figure vanished once more. When he appeared, he reappeared beside Immortal Taihua and threw out a punch that was incomparably ferocious like a meteor. Immortal Taihua did not turn to look. As though he sensed something, he did not make any motions and suddenly shifted dozens of feet to the side, avoiding the strongest spot of Su Zimo's punch. Right on the heels of that, essence chi spilled from Immortal Taihua's fingertips and he drew another rune swiftly, imprinting it on Su Zimo's fist. Bang! The moment the rune exploded, Su Zimo took a half-step back as well. This reincarnated immortal was indeed troublesome to deal with. If it was anyone else, they might not have been able to dodge the pursuit of the True Dragon 9 flashes. However, Immortal Taihua dodged twice in succession. Even before this, when Su Zimo released the Dragon Roar secret skill and secret skills such as the Great Chaos Essence palm, he could not gain the upper hand. Su Zimo could release the True Dragon 9 flashes 4 more times. However, he guessed that even if he continued his pursuit, it would be difficult for him to kill Immortal Taihua within a short period of time. As for the other Earth Immortal experts in the surroundings, he would definitely fall into a bitter battle if they attacked continuously. At that time, he might not even be able to afford to exhaust the Green Lotus True Body. I have to get rid of the others first. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo calmed down and made a judgment of the situation instantly. As long as Tai Hua was the only one left, even if he was a reincarnated perfected immortal, Su Zimo was absolutely confident that he could bury him in the 9 heavens. On the other side, although immortal Tai Hua merely looked surprised on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. His dodging earlier on looked casual and calm. However, a single mistake could result in death on the spot. This grade 8 Earth Immortal indeed had the power to kill him and could not be underestimated. Su Zimo's figure vanished once more and immortal Tai Hua released his massive spirit consciousness with a grim expression. His senses were raised to their limits and he was on guard. He had yet to realize that Su Zimo had unknowingly taken the initiative in the encirclement of the 18 peak stage cultivators. When Su Zimo released the True Dragon 9 flashes, he did not appear beside immortal Tai Hua. Suddenly, an Earth Execution Guard sensed something. Die. The person's scalp prickled and his hairs stood on end. With a deep growl, he turned around without even looking and slashed with his palm like a saber. Indeed. Su Zimo was right behind him, expressionless and with a cold gaze. The person's palm seemed to have transformed into a saber that slashed down. Suddenly, Su Zimo attacked. His entire arm looked extremely soft as it rested on the palm of the Earth Execution Guard. Su Zimo's palm coiled and trembled. Crack. Poof. The sound of bones cracking could be heard and a blood mist spread. Right in front of everyone, the Earth Execution Guard's entire arm was contorted at a terrifying angle. His bones were snapped and his flesh exploded. Ah! The Earth Execution Guard cried out in pain but stopped abruptly. Su Zimo seized the opportunity to advance and attacked once more, slapping the Execution Guard on the cheek. Crack! 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 The Execution Guard's head spun a few times on his neck and he fell to the ground with a dull gaze. His essence spirit was destroyed and he was already dead. Bang! Bang! A few immortal arts and secret skills descended and Su Zimo's figure vanished on the spot. Swoosh! An Earth Immortal of Flying Immortal sect had just released an immortal art and divine power. He was relatively weak when Su Zimo appeared beside him. Bang! Bang! The two of them fought in melee combat and after a few exchanges, the person's head was shattered by Su Zimo's palm and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. Although the 18 Earth Immortals were strong and stood at the peak of the Earth Immortal realm, few of them could defend against Su Zimo's massacre in melee combat. Immortal Tai Hua conjured 2 runes with both hands that emitted a terrifying aura, but he did not attack the entire time. It was not that he did not want to save anyone, but each time Su Zimo released the True Dragon 9 flashes, no one knew whose side Su Zimo would appear next. Immortal Tai Hua had to be on guard the entire time against Su Zimo's sudden appearances and attacks. Let's see how much longer you can use that movement technique. Immortal Tai Hua sneered. With that, Su Zimo released the True Dragon 9 flashes 4 times in succession and 4 Earth Immortals died on the spot. No one could stop him. 18 peak Earth Immortals joined forces and the battle broke out. Up till now, it had only been a dozen breaths and Su Zimo was completely unharmed. However, 6 people from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect had already died. In the square, many cultivators were dumbfounded. This scene had completely exceeded everyone's initial expectations. Chapter 2225, 2225 White Rainbow Sword. 2225 White Rainbow Sword. Alright. Good kills. When the elders of the Academy saw the Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect die one after another, they could not help but shout emotionally. Prior to this, the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect targeted Heaven and Earth Academy and their actions became increasingly overboard. In fact, The elders were helpless when they saw Yi Fei die. They had nowhere to vent the anger in their hearts. When they saw that, the elders felt their blood boil. The other cultivators in the square were shocked and speechless as well. Su Zimo was way too ruthless. Although Su Zimo's methods were amazing when he cleared the levels previously, he could not give everyone such a huge impact. But now, 6 peak Earth Immortals died in Su Zimo's hands. This bloody and tragic scene was far more shocking than him clearing levels. The cultivators of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect had ugly expressions. Heaven Immortal White Sea stood up as well. His gaze was dark and he was enraged. He looked in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy repeatedly, wanting to say something but did not in the end. Heaven and Earth Academy merely lost Yi Fei while Flying Immortal Sect lost 5 people just like that. However, he could not blame Heaven and Earth Academy. That was because not long ago, he had just said that if a disciple of Flying Immortal Sect was killed in the 9 heavens, it would be because they were not competent enough and he would definitely not stand up for them. If he stood out to accuse Heaven and Earth Academy in front of everyone, it would be a slap to his own face. Isn't it too early to cheer now? When Prince Yuanzhua saw the emotional expressions of the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy, he sneered, once Su Zimo is unable to use that strange movement technique, he will inevitably have to fight Tai Hua and Tai Han head-on. Let's see how much longer he can last. 9 heavens. Su Zimo attacked consecutively and killed 6 people in succession with his Sound Domain secret skill, Earth-slaying sword art, True Dragon 9 flashes and other secret skills. Those were his strongest trump cards. However, at that moment, he released them without holding back. With 6 dead, not only did the remaining 12 peak Earth Immortals not retreat, even their formation did not dissipate and they continued to surround Su Zimo. Those Earth Immortals were all experts of the Earth ranking. The deaths of others could not scare them off at all. Furthermore, these Earth Immortals were extremely sharp. The moment Su Zimo's figure reappeared, the 12 Earth Immortals judged at almost the same time that Su Zimo could no longer use the True Dragon 9 flashes. Let's see what else you have next. Tai Han looked at Su Zimo and said coldly. Earlier on, Su Zimo flashed consecutively and he did not have the chance to fight Su Zimo in melee combat or hold the latter back so that Tai Hua and the others could attack with all their might. Execution guards, listen to my orders. Suddenly, Tai Han shouted, attack with all your might and kill him in melee combat. Understood. The remaining 7 Earth Execution guards replied at the same time and channeled their blood chi, lunging towards Su Zimo. Splash! The sound of a tsunami surged from the 7 execution guards. Kill! Immediately after, phenomenons appeared behind the 7 execution guards one after another with a terrifying might and a steely killing intent. Although there were only 7 of them, when they moved at the same time, it was as though a massive army was charging over with a frightening aura, seemingly able to crush everything. 7 Earth Execution Guards and 7 Bloodline Phenomenons. The cultivators outside the 9 heavens were shocked. A Bloodline Phenomenon was almost the limit of a body-tempered cultivator's blood chi and was extremely difficult to cultivate. But this time round, in order to kill Su Zimo, the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom sent out 7 Earth Immortal experts with Bloodline Phenomenons. Even a single bloodline phenomenon was difficult to defend against, let alone 7. How can he fight this? Yunlei said with a wary expression, there's no need for Tai Hua and the others to attack. The bloodline phenomenons of the 7 Earth Execution Guards alone are enough to drown Su Zimo. They were in the 9 heavens and were not too far away from the battlefield, so they could sense the power released by the 7 bloodline phenomenons even more clearly. Xia Yun sighed as well. It's unfortunate. If Su Zimo could use that strange movement technique to escape, he might have a chance of survival. There's no chance. Yu Feng shook his head. Immortal Tai Hua is still outside the battlefield and can attack at any moment. This person is under the threat of melee and ranged attacks, he will definitely die. Su Zimo had a fearless expression when he saw the 7 Earth Execution Guards charge forward with their bloodline phenomenons. Even if he had reservations and could not use the bloodline of the Green Lotus true body, he had other methods to fight. Condense. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands. Suddenly, a vast and mysterious starry sky appeared above Su Zimo's head. Although almost half of the regions were dim, the shimmering starry skies were already resplendent enough. Millions of stars scattered down countless starlight that surged into Su Zimo's body continuously. Over the years, Su Zimo had cultivated the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra and could already condense 3 main stars. Now that he had an additional star region, his power was even stronger than before. Mystic Spirit Big Dipper Diagram. Perfected Immortal Xia Ling recognized the origin of the astral secret skill right away. Without the complete inheritance, Su Zimo's Mystic Spirit Big Dipper Diagram was equivalent to a universal phenomenon. However, it could fight against the surrounding bloodline phenomenons. Boom! The 7 bloodline phenomenons collided against the millions of starlight from the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper Diagram and let out an intense sound. All 7 bloodline phenomenons charged continuously, wanting to break through the defense of the starlight. Against the impact of the 7 bloodline phenomenons, the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper Diagram swayed as well and the starry skies above his head shook. Hee hee. Suddenly, Immortal Tai Hua laughed. Is this the method you're relying on? In my eyes, it's like the light of a firefly. As Immortal Tai Hua said that, he channeled his essence spirit and conjured sword arts with both hands. A blinding beam of light gathered on his fingertip and emitted a shuddering divine power aura. This is. Beside the earth-ranking steel, Yu Feng, Yunlei, Xia Yun and the others were shocked when they sensed that aura. White Rainbow Sword. A supreme divine power. The few of them exclaimed. When they saw the beam of light in Immortal Tai Hua's hands, the expressions of the Academy elders dimmed and they no longer harbored any hope. Against such an attack and another supreme divine power condensed by Immortal Tai Hua, Su Zimo had no chance at all. Immortal Tai Hua wanted to kill all the variables. Elder Zhong looked at Heaven Immortal White Sea and said sorrowfully, "Great. This reincarnated immortal of yours is truly capable. His essence spirit has already cultivated to the Heaven Immortal realm. 9 heavens. As a reincarnated perfected immortal, I had no intention of coming out of seclusion nor was I interested in fighting a junior like you." Wielding the white rainbow sword, Immortal Tai Hua looked at Su Zimo who was surrounded and said indifferently, "However, Senior Sister Meng Yao paid me a personal visit. She instructed me to send you on your way personally." Chapter 22-26, 22-26 Explode, Counterattack. 22-26 Explode, Counterattack. It was only at that moment that many cultivators outside the 9 heavens realized that Immortal Tai Hua had appeared because of Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Someone sighed. He can die in peace knowing that Fairy Meng Yao wanted this so badly. Another person shook his head. It's truly dishonorable for Fairy Meng Yao to target an Earth Immortal like this. I think this Zither Immortal is not worthy of her title. Don't spout nonsense, or you might die before you know it. The sect elder of the cultivator hollered hurriedly, "There are countless paragons and monster incarnates in the heavenly world who are willing to be controlled by the Zither Immortal. Who do you think you are? How dare you spout nonsense?" 9 heavens. With a haughty expression, Immortal Tai Hua raised his hand slightly and released the white beam of light in his hands, saying indifferently, "You can die in peace." Swoosh. The white rainbow sword emitted an extremely sharp edge and tore through the air, penetrating the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram instantly. The light of a billion stars could not compare to the brilliance of the white rainbow that tore through the firmaments. That was the power of a supreme divine power. Against that power, even the bloodline phenomenons of Tai Han and the other 6 trembled slightly. The white rainbow penetrated the sun and countless stars were sliced into 2 by the sword chi released by the white rainbow in the blink of an eye. Their lights dimmed and dissipated quickly. Everywhere the white rainbow passed, it penetrated everything. It was as though there were no immortal arts, dermic arts or living beings in the world that could defend against the white rainbow and its sharpness. Before the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram was cultivated to the perfected stage, it could not defend against the true form of that supreme divine power and collapsed. The white rainbow sword descended from the skies and stabbed toward Su Zimo's head. Without the support of the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram, the bloodline phenomenons of Tai Han and the other 6 Earth execution guards surged over like raging tides, wanting to engulf Su Zimo. At that moment, Su Zimo did not even have the space or chance to dodge given the situation. Princess Scarlet Rainbow revealed a pained expression. She could almost visualize Su Zimo's tragic death on the spot. In the square, many cultivators watched intently with bated breaths. Even Yunting leaned forward slightly with a nervous expression. Ah! Suddenly, Su Zimo reared his head and howled into the skies, his voice shaking all 9 heavens. Suddenly, 6 jade-white elephant tusks grew behind him. They were sharp and emanated a shuddering aura. Su Zimo's aura was rising rapidly. It was as though a gigantic elephant had appeared and overlapped with Su Zimo's figure. It had 6 elephant tusks and raised its trunk, roaring into the skies. Innate divine power, 6-tusk divine strength. Although Su Zimo was a grade 8 Earth Immortal, his essence spirit was already at the level of a grade 1 Heaven Immortal. When released, the power of his body, blood chi and essence spirit increased by 6 times. Immediately after, right on the heels of countless gazes, 2 identical heads and 4 arms appeared on both sides of Su Zimo's body. Supreme divine power, 3 heads 6 arms. Outside the 9 heavens, the cultivators were in an uproar. This perfected immortal Xia Ling was shocked as well. A grade 8 Earth Immortal had released a supreme divine power. Furthermore, this supreme divine power was extremely powerful. Many Heaven Immortals might not be able to comprehend its profundity even at their peak. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy opened their mouths in shock. I know supreme divine powers as well. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as the 6-tusked divine elephant grew behind him. Waving 3 heads 6 arms, he shouted at Tai Han and the others who were charging forward, "Get lost." Even without the 6-tusked divine elephant and 3 heads 6 arms, the Green Lotus true body alone was enough to fight against the bloodline phenomenons of the Earth execution guards. Now that he had released an innate divine power and a supreme divine power, Su Zimo's strength was almost at its peak. Boom! 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 Su Zimo punched 6 times in succession against the countless bloodline phenomenons and white rainbow soared above his head. He attacked with all his might and clashed head-on with the other 6 Earth execution guards, letting out a series of loud bangs that shook the world. The bloodline phenomenons of the execution guards were shattered by Su Zimo's fist and could not defend at all. 6 figures were sent flying. Some of the Earth execution guards exploded into a blood mist in midair and were completely crippled, losing their combat strength. Some of the execution guards had strong physiques. Although their bodies were not destroyed, they were severely injured and their organs separated from their bodies with their bones broken. The Earth execution guards could not defend against the burst of the 6-tusked divine elephant and 3 heads 6 arms at all. It was already extremely fortunate that they could defend against Su Zimo's attack. It proved that their methods and strength were at their peak. If it was any other Earth Immortal, they would have been crushed into dust by a single punch and their essence spirits would have been destroyed. At the same time, the white rainbow sword descended. Tai Han's palm saber slashed down as well. Su Zimo ignored the two attacks and channeled his spirit consciousness once more, releasing two greater divine powers. Before the 6 Earth Execution Guards could fall, golden lotus flowers surged out from the ground beneath them. Bang! 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 When the golden lotus flowers struck the Earth Execution Guards, the tremendous power shattered their bodies and their essence spirits were destroyed. The few Earth Immortals of Flying Immortal sect at the side attacked hurriedly and released their divine powers, destroying the golden lotus flowers on the ground, wanting to save the remaining Earth Execution Guards. However, lotus flowers fell from the skies one after another. Since Su Zimo had attacked, he would not leave anyone from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom with any chance of survival. The greater divine powers of the Buddhist monasteries, Heavenly Flower Fall and Earth Gushing Golden Lotus. Against the pincer attack of two greater divine powers, there was no way out for them in the world. The 6 Earth Execution Guards with bloodline phenomenons were all dead and their essence spirits were destroyed. That scene was way too shocking. The ferocity of Su Zimo's counterattack caused countless cultivators to shudder and even feel a hint of fear. Even Feng Yin, the other reincarnated immortal who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked over with a hint of caution. What happened? Under the encirclement of 12 peak Earth Immortals and the impact of the Supreme Divine Power and 7 bloodline phenomenons, Su Zimo killed 6 people instead. Holy! He's way too strong. A huge commotion broke out in the crowd in the square. Instinctively, Xia Qingcheng stood up and looked at the scene on the battlefield in disbelief. Countless cultivators stood up excitedly. The development of this battle had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Poof! Poof! The white rainbow sword descended and pierced Su Zimo's head, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere. Immediately after, Tai Han's palm saber split Su Zimo's face and head into two. Before blood flowed out, it was frozen into ice. He he he. Suddenly, Su Zimo's laughter sounded sinisterly. 3 head 6 arms. Immortal Tai Hua's white rainbow sword pierced his head. Tai Han split another head. However, the head that truly possessed an essence spirit was intact. Chapter 22-27, 22-27 Let the Zither Immortal accompany me. 22-27 Let the Zither Immortal accompany me. The fight earlier on was way too intense. Although it sounded slow upon narration, it merely took a few breaths. Su Zimo's counterattack was way too ferocious and sharp. Many cultivators watching did not react until the 6 Earth Execution Guards were dead. 3 head 6 arms, a supreme divine power. To think that it would be released by a grade 8 Earth Immortal. 6 Earth Execution Guards with bloodline phenomenons were killed by a supreme divine power and 2 greater divine powers of the Buddhist monasteries without the chance to resist. The Heavenly Flower Fall and Earth Gushing Golden Lotus require one to comprehend the obscurities of the Buddhist monasteries to their limits before they can cultivate those 2 greater divine powers successfully. From what I know, even some disciples of the Buddhist monasteries are unable to release those 2 greater divine powers. The crowd was noisy and countless cultivators discussed the scene excitedly. Good, good, good. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were emotional and could no longer say anything else, merely repeating the same word repeatedly. Even till now, you guys are still pretending? Heaven Immortal White Sea sneered, this lad's essence spirit is already at the Heaven Immortal realm. As elders of the Academy, is it possible that you guys don't know he has such combat strength? Foo-foo. Elder Zhong sneered as well. Su Zimo entered Heaven and Earth Academy 1,000 years ago and entered seclusion immediately. He only appeared a few days ago and this is the first time we've seen him as well. The few of us truly don't know what tricks he has up his sleeves. When they heard that, the other cultivators were even more shocked. Xia Qingcheng said, This means that after Brother Su joined Heaven and Earth Academy, his combat strength has already reached such a level before he even cultivated the methods of the Academy. Strong. Too strong. Xie Qingcheng could not help but exclaim again emotionally, the evaluation of Brother Su on the Earth ranking prediction this time round is truly way too inappropriate. Good kills. Yunting drank a bowl of strong wine and shouted, "How satisfying." At the same time, many cultivators gradually reacted. The reason why Yunting came to the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom and challenged Su Zimo personally was probably not only for the heaven and earth slaying sword arts. More than that, it was because Su Zimo's strength was enough for Yunting to treat him as such. Heaven Abyss of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect sighed gently and shook his head as well. Back then, I could already tell that this lad was extraordinary. To think that I had still underestimated him. Prince Yuan's face was livid. The Great Jin Immortal Kingdom lost 6 Earth Execution Guards instantly and suffered immense losses. When he heard the exclamations and praises for Su Zimo around him, he felt even more hatred. What are you smug about? Suddenly, Prince Yuan's said. He surveyed his surroundings and declared, even if his essence spirit is at the Grade 1 Heaven Immortal realm, the toll on a Grade 8 Earth Immortal to be able to release supreme divine powers is unimaginable. Su Zimo is merely an arrow at the end of its flight right now. These are his final moments of lucidity. Finally, Prince Yuan's ferocious gaze landed on the Elders of Heaven and Earth Academy as he grit his teeth. It's too early for you guys to be happy. Tui. Elder Zhong spat and said, your Great Jin Immortal Kingdom joined forces with Flying Immortal Sect to gather 18 peak Earth Immortals. Now, they're covered in dirt and suffered immense losses because of a single Grade 8 Earth Immortal of our Academy. How do you have the cheek to continue barking wildly here? The reputation of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and the Execution Guards has been tarnished by you, Yuan Zhua. Elder, he burst into laughter as well. Prince Yuan's face flushed red from the scolding and he said hatefully, this is merely the fight of a cornered beast. I'll watch from here to see how much longer he can last. Although the Elders of Heaven and Earth Academy cursed heartily, there was still a hint of worry in the depths of their eyes. Actually, Prince Yuan's was not wrong. Once the essence spirit was at the Heaven Immortal realm, one could naturally release supreme divine powers. However, if the essence spirit was only at the elementary level of Grade 1 or 2 Heaven Immortals, the toll of using supreme divine powers was way too draining and burdensome for it. Although they were both releasing supreme divine powers, Immortal Tai Hua's situation was completely different from Su Zimo's. Before Immortal Tai Hua attacked, he had already rested for a long time and was at his peak condition. As for Su Zimo, he had expended a lot of energy to release many powerful secret skills along the way because he had snatched the treasures of 4 levels. Now, in the battle earlier on, he released many divine powers, secret skills and even the supreme divine power, 3 heads 6 arms. Even his essence spirit was comparable to a Grade 1 Heaven Immortal, its strength would have long been exhausted. However, there were still Tai Han of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom as well as Immortal Tai Hua and 4 peak Immortals of Flying Immortal Sect remaining. From now on, Su Zimo's situation would be even more difficult and he would most likely be doomed. 9 Heavens. Su Zimo's situation was slightly better than the Academy Elders had expected. It was because his essence spirit was way too special. It was a product of the synthesis between the Green Lotus Essence Spirit and the Dragon Phoenix Essence Spirit and was extremely pure. Furthermore, after releasing the 6-tusk Divine Strength, the power of his Essence Spirit increased exponentially. Although his Essence Spirit was still at the Grade 1 Heaven Immortal realm, its strength had already reached the level of a Grade 2 Heaven Immortal. Along the way, Su Zimo snatched the treasures in 4 levels, released the Pankati Dao Fire, Heaven-Slaying Sword Chi and many other secret skills. In the battle earlier on, he released many trump cards and the power of his Essence Spirit, consuming a lot of Essence Chi. Even so, his essence spirit retained its combat strength and could still at least release an essence spirit secret skill. He's already at the end of his rope. Everyone, there's no need to be wary. Immortal Tai Hua said in a deep voice, this lad will definitely die under our combined attack. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Su Zimo burst into laughter and looked at Immortal Tai Hua, who was not far away, with a mocking expression. You want to send me on my way with your puny methods? Cultivators of Flying Immortal Sect, listen up. Su Zimo shouted, go back and tell Meng Yao that if she wants to send me on my way, she'll have to come over and do it personally. The road to the netherworld is way too lonely. I won't mind letting the Zither Immortal accompany me. Pust. The crowd was in an uproar. Brazen. Arrogant. This was a blatant blasphemy against Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Fairy Meng Yao invited the reincarnated immortal out of seclusion this time round to join forces with the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom to kill Su Zimo. It was understandable for him to harbor resentment. However, even if anyone bore resentment towards the Zither Immortal, who would dare to openly go against her? Even some immortal kings of Divine Firmament Mainland were wary of Zither Immortal Meng Yao. In the eyes of many cultivators, the Zither Immortal was a high and mighty fairy that could not be sullied. But now, Su Zimo was asking the Zither Immortal to appear personally and accompany him to the netherworld in front of everyone. Ignorant Junior. Heaven Immortal White Sea was enraged. This time round, even perfected Immortal Xia Ling was secretly speechless. Even with his status, he did not dare to say those words to Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Ha ha ha. Only Yun Ting laughed brazenly and said, Su Zimo, such guts you have. I'm liking you more and more. I've long looked down on the Zither Immortal as well. She's not worthy of being ranked alongside my sister. Chapter 2228, 2228 Exhausted. 2228 Exhausted. Su Zimo, you truly don't know what's good for you. Immortal Tai Hua's expression was cold. Although he was a reincarnated perfected immortal, in his heart, Zither Immortal Meng Yao was also a fairy that could not be sullied. Even in his previous life, he would be respectful when he saw Zither Immortal Meng Yao. At least half of the cultivators in Flying Immortal Sect were in love with Fairy Meng Yao. However, not many people dared to reveal it. That was because in everyone's hearts, they were not worthy. To think that Su Zimo would openly blaspheme Zither Immortal Meng Yao today. This had touched the tender spot in Immortal Tai Hua's heart completely. Su Zimo, let me tell you. Immortal Tai Hua said slowly, there are some people you can't touch. Even if it's blasphemy with words and gazes, it's a sin. Is that so? Su Zimo grinned with a cold gaze. I have something you guys can't touch too. If you do, you'll have to die. The moment he said that, Su Zimo's gaze shone brightly as he channeled his essence spirit wildly. His vast spirit consciousness gathered and released an essence spirit secret skill. A palm-sized, seemingly ordinary scale floated out from his glabella slowly with a terrifying aura. The reverse scale. Attack! Immortal Tai Hua shouted. His glabella shone with a resplendent light and released his essence spirit secret skill as well, charging towards the reverse scale. The other four Earth Immortals of Flying Immortal Sect were initially condensing their divine powers and secret skills, prepared to release them. However, Su Zimo activated his essence spirit secret skill first. Helpless, the four of them could only condense their spirit consciousnesses and release their essence spirit secret skills. A fight between essence spirits was way too dangerous. Unless necessary, no one would use an essence spirit secret skill right away. For example, on the side of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect, even though they had suffered immense losses and were only left with 6 people, they had an absolute advantage in numbers. Therefore, they had never thought of using their essence spirit secret skills. When the reverse scale appeared, they could only use their essence spirit secret skills to defend. Tai Han narrowed his eyes slightly. In order to kill Su Zimo without fail, he had collected all the information about Su Zimo and studied it carefully. It was especially so for the battle at the Immortal sect selection 1,000 years ago. According to his understanding, this essence spirit secret skill was extremely terrifying. If one's essence spirit realm was not high enough, they must not touch it. Tai Han hesitated for a moment and did not activate his essence spirit secret skill. Right then, Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit secret skill collided with the reverse scale in silence. However, the space where the two essence spirit secret skills collided trembled violently and fluctuations that resembled water ripples spread in all directions. This was no ordinary essence spirit fight. The aftershock of the clash between two essence spirits at the Heaven Immortal realm could be imagined. Even the dozens of cultivators watching beside the earth-ranking steel felt a chill in their consciousness. Many cultivators even retreated far away from the battlefield. Feng Yin no longer closed his eyes. Instead, he watched the battlefield intently, observing every single detail. He knew that no matter who the eventual victor was, that would be his greatest opponent. The moment Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit secret skill collided with the reverse scale, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. It was as though death was about to descend the next moment. Suddenly, a strange power appeared out of thin air in his consciousness and enveloped his weakened essence spirit. After releasing his supreme divine power and essence spirit secret skill, his essence spirit had already become extremely weak and could not defend against the invasion of that strange power. This is bad. Immortal Tai Hua's expression changed starkly. Without hesitation, he channeled his essence spirit once more and a powerful energy fluctuation burst forth from his body. A tremendous life force gushed out from Immortal Tai Hua's body. It was the supreme divine power, everlasting vitality. At that critical moment of life and death, Immortal Tai Hua made use of the final bit of essence spirit power to release a second supreme divine power. Actually, this was his greatest reliance against Feng Yin. In his initial plan, the fight for the top of the earth ranking would be between him and Feng Yin. If the two of them fought to the end and their blood qi, essence spirit and essence qi were expended to their limits, he could release everlasting vitality to recover a large amount of blood qi and essence spirit and essence qi. There would be no doubt about the outcome of the battle. However, he had not expected that his greatest trump card would be used in advance. He had no other choice. Boom! In his consciousness, Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit released a terrifying spirit consciousness that dispersed the strange power derived from the reverse scale and escaped a calamity. Don't touch that scale. Right then, as though he recalled something, Immortal Tai Hua roared and reminded. Unfortunately, it was too late. The essence spirit secret skills of the four Earth Immortals of Flying Immortal sect struck the reverse scale one after another. To the four of them, most of the power of the reverse scale had already been blocked by Immortal Tai Hua. They felt that the essence spirit secret skills of the four of them were enough to crush the reverse scale before surging into Su Zimo's consciousness to kill the essence spirit of the latter. However, when their essence spirit secret skills collided with the reverse scale, their expressions froze and their gazes dimmed as their life force drained rapidly. The reverse scale could not hold on any longer and shattered. In the consciousnesses of the four Earth Immortals of Flying Immortal sect, their essence spirits were destroyed as well. The four of them fell weakly to the ground despite being unharmed, they were already dead. An essence spirit secret skill killed four more people. In just a moment, Immortal Tai Hua and Tai Han were the only ones left after the 18 peak Earth Immortals joined forces. The encirclement was over. After releasing the reverse scale, Su Zimo's figure swayed slightly as well. His face was pale and the light on his glabella turned extremely dim. Even everyone in the square could tell that Su Zimo's essence spirit was exhausted, let alone the cultivators of level 5. The power of his essence spirit and essence chi were depleted and he could not use all his divine powers, secret skills and immortal arts. This also meant that Su Zimo would be a fish on the chopping block and his life and death would be in the hands of others. Sigh, what a pity. Someone lamented with a look of pity. The fact that he was able to survive till now against the encirclement of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect and even kill 16 peak Earth Immortals is enough for him to leave his name through the ages. That's right. Given his combat strength, it's no exaggeration to claim that he should be at the top of the Earth ranking. However, throughout history, there have been countless paragons and monster incarnates who died prematurely. Who would remember them? In the square, many cultivators looked at the figure in the 9 heavens who was fighting alone and sighed. That figure looked a little lonely, pitiful and even tragic. Although Tai Han did not release his essence spirit secret skill, he sensed Su Zimo's weakness and sped towards the latter in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived before Su Zimo. He would definitely not miss such a rare and fleeting opportunity. Chapter 2229, 2229 Blind. 2229 Blind. Tai Han knew very well. Even if the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was depleted and he could no longer release divine powers and secret skills, his body and melee combat strength were extremely terrifying. Therefore, Tai Han did not hold back at all and almost released all his trump cards. Frost Spike. Tai Han's glabella opened up and his massive spirit consciousness condensed continuously, forming a sharp and cold spike that stabbed towards Su Zimo. He did not release his essence spirit secret skill earlier on and avoided the calamity. When Su Zimo's essence spirit was at its weakest, he released this essence spirit secret skill that was fatal. Frost Eye. At the same time, Tai Han released the powerful visual technique that he had cultivated. The temperature in the world dipped. The visual technique was released and 2 streams of frost burst forth from Tai Han's eyes. Almost instantly, they arrived before Su Zimo. Boundless Frost Seal. Tai Han growled and released another greater divine power. Under the channeling of his essence spirit and frost blood chi physique, the might of that greater divine power was almost comparable to supreme divine powers. Finally, Tai Han's blood surged and the coldness between his hands rumbled, forming a gigantic ice blade that slashed towards Su Zimo. Tai Han was prepared to engage in melee combat. However, he released essence spirit secret skills, visual techniques and greater divine powers to match. The losses of Flying Immortal Sect and the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom were already immense. He would definitely not allow anything else to happen. He would definitely not give Su Zimo any chance or hope to escape. On the other side, when Immortal Tai Hua released everlasting vitality and recovered the power of his essence spirit, he did not miss this opportunity when he saw that. He channeled his essence spirit and released a second essence spirit secret skill. Swoosh! An essence spirit sword tore through the air and stabbed towards the back of Su Zimo's head. At that moment, the world seemed to have stopped. Outside the 9 heavens, countless cultivators watched with bated breaths. Indeed, there were only 2 people left from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. However, their combat strength was ranked in the top 10 of the Earth ranking. The combined attack of the 2 of them was even more terrifying than the combined attack of the 18 Earth Immortals earlier on. Given such circumstances, no one believed that Su Zimo could survive. He was absolutely dead in this situation. You're far from being able to kill me. Su Zimo hollered and a majestic aura burst forth from his body. It was filled with vitality and was even more robust than what Immortal Tai Hua created earlier on, reversing the situation entirely. It was the supreme divine power, everlasting vitality. A series of shouts broke out in the square. The crowd that had just quietened down stirred once more. Everlasting vitality was the innate divine power of the Green Lotus true body, and Su Zimo had already comprehended it back in the lower worlds. When released by the Green Lotus true body, the effect of that supreme divine power was even more shocking. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's essence spirit had already recovered to its peak. Life force surged, and Tai Han's greater divine power, Boundless Frost Seal, dissipated instantly. Boundless Frost Seal was only a greater divine power. No matter how powerful it was, it could not freeze the Green Lotus true body that released everlasting vitality. Su Zimo ignored Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit's secret skill and turned around suddenly, looking at Tai Han, who was charging over. Crack! 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 The power of Frost Eye was the first to arrive. Everywhere the visual technique passed, it left a white frost mark in the void. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. Suddenly, his right eye shone with a bedazzling light that resembled a blazing sun. Illumination Eye. The illumination stone had already fused into Su Zimo's right eye. The visual technique was filled with the extremities of yang energy. The moment the power of Frost Eye collided with Illumination Eye, it began to melt. There was no way to defend against it. Boom! The illumination light surged in and reached Tai Han's face instantly. Tai Han charged over at his fastest speed. He had not expected such a change. Coupled with the instantaneous release of his visual technique, it was already too late for him to dodge. He could only try his best to turn his head. Poof! Although he avoided the vital spot on his glabella, the light still entered his left eye and pierced it, creating a hole. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. The moment any blood appeared, it was burned by the illumination light. A lot of Illumination Eye's energy was expended after the collision with Frost Eye. Therefore, it did not manage to kill Tai Han and merely blinded him. Of course, with the remnant power of illumination, Tai Han would need a long time to recuperate if he wanted to recover from such injuries. What a pity! A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. The nether glow stone in his left eye had once absorbed a large amount of dark power in the Emperor's tomb. Now, it was dormant and could not be activated. Otherwise, Tai Han would have been killed on the spot by his two visual techniques if the nether glow eye was released. It was no wonder why Tai Han was the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards. Although he was severely injured and his features were contorted in pain, he did not make a single sound. He glared using his remaining eye with a ferocious glint. Coupled with his essence spirit's secret skill, he raised the frost blade in his hands and slashed towards Su Zimo. Behind Su Zimo was Immortal Tai Hua's attack. In Tai Han's opinion, even if Su Zimo's essence spirit recovered to its peak, he would not be able to release the reverse scale again and defend against his and Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit's secret skills. Gautama Dermic Seal. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and chanted a sutra silently. His glabella shone with a golden light and an incomparably divine Sanskrit word flew out, emitting a blinding golden light that seemed like it could suppress all evil and transcend all living beings. Su Zimo's second essence spirit secret skill was released. The Gautama Dermic Seal did not defend against Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit sword. Instead, it charged towards Tai Han's frost spike. Crack! The two essence spirit secret skills collided in midair. Tai Han shuddered and the light on his glabella flickered. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His essence spirit realm was not high enough and he could not defend against the Gautama Dermic Seal. Although he did not kill anyone in the essence spirit fight this time round, his essence spirit was injured. On the other side, Su Zimo touched his glabella gently with his left hand and circulated a secret skill. He withdrew a whip that shone with electric arcs from his glabella and struck the descending essence spirit sword. The third essence spirit secret skill. Many cultivators in the square were shocked. Most ordinary cultivators could cultivate an essence spirit secret skill. Those who could cultivate two were already rare paragons. For most people, no matter how many they cultivated, it was unnecessary and they did not possess the energy to use them either. The power of the Essence Spirit was limited and no one could release Essence Spirit secret skills consecutively. But now, Su Zimo had released 3 Essence Spirit secret skills. Against the terrifying attacks of Immortal Tai Hua and Tai Han, Su Zimo did not die and even released an incomparably powerful counterattack. The methods displayed in this battle had far surpassed the understanding of ordinary Earth Immortals. Piak! The sword and whip collided and spirit consciousness waves surged. The two of them had similar Essence Spirit realms and there was no victor in this Essence Spirit fight. However, this time round, there was a hint of cowardice in Immortal Tai Hua's eyes. Chapter 2230, 2230 Pursuit. 2230 Pursuit. Immortal Tai Hua was not afraid. He merely did not want to continue fighting Su Zimo in the 9 heavens. Su Zimo's strength was troublesome to deal with and had far surpassed his imagination. At most, it would only shock him, but it was not to the point where he would be afraid. Up till this point of the battle, both parties had almost used up all their trump cards. Now that Su Zimo had released the supreme divine power, everlasting vitality, his Essence Spirit and Essence Chi had recovered to their peak. Even if he continued to fight Su Zimo here, Immortal Tai Hua was not confident that he could kill the latter. Rather than that, he might as well avoid them for the time being. It would not be too late for him to attack after he left the 9 heavens and could use his dermic treasures. There were a few powerful dermic treasures in his storage bag that increased his combat strength significantly. At the very least, he had prepared some elixir pills that could be consumed as well. At the end of the day, there were many restrictions in the 9 heavens and he could not unleash his combat strength to its peak. It's not because I'm afraid of him. Immortal Tai Hua chanted internally, as though to affirm his conviction. At that thought, Immortal Tai Hua abandoned Su Zimo and turned to leave. On the other side, as the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards, Tai Han obeyed Prince Yuan's orders and could not retreat. Even if he was blinded in one eye and his Essence Spirit was injured, he was fearless. However, the power of the saber he condensed was greatly reduced after he was severely injured in succession. Su Zimo merely reached out with his bare hands and crushed the saber. At the same time, Su Zimo raised his other hand and released the Great Chaos Essence Palm, slapping down on Tai Han's head. Tai Han raised his other arm, wanting to defend. Crack! However, the power of the Great Chaos Essence Palm was extremely ferocious and snapped Tai Han's arm. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The tremendous power did not stop at all and continued suppressing Tai Han. Tai Hua, you. Right then, Tai Han's single eye caught sight of Immortal Tai Hua who was turning to leave and could not help but fly into a rage. Immortal Tai Hua's actions were equivalent to betraying him for Su Zimo. At that moment of life and death, Tai Han's strong desire to survive burst forth as well. Raising his head suddenly, his body tilted backwards and he fell. This time round, he avoided fatal damage by a hair's breadth. Bang! The Great Chaos Essence Palm pushed down Tai Han's arm and slapped his chest. Accompanied by the jarring sound of bones cracking, a palm-sized pit appeared in Tai Han's chest instantly. Unfortunately, Su Zimo's Essence Spirit power was depleted earlier on and the 6-tusked Divine Strength and 3-head 6 arms dissipated as well. If not for that, his strength would have increased by 6 times. Coupled with 3-head 6 arms, he would have been able to kill Tai Han the moment he closed in. Of course, that palm strike almost took away half of Tai Han's life. Thump! Tai Han landed heavily on the ground with a pale face. Gritting his teeth, he stomped on the ground and his entire body was almost stuck to the ground as he retreated. Right then, Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved and he sensed Immortal Tai Hua who was escaping as well. trying to escape. Killing intent surged in Su Zimo's eyes. Everyone from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect could survive except Immortal Tai Hua. Since he killed Yi Fei, Su Zimo wanted him to pay with his life and die with Yi Fei. If this was earlier on, Su Zimo was confident that he would be able to kill Tai Han first before turning to chase after Immortal Tai Hua with his many movement techniques and secret skills. But now, he had already released his movement techniques and secret skills and could not activate them again in a short period of time. Right now, Immortal Tai Hua had already made a move first. If he were to chase after Tai Han, Immortal Tai Hua would most likely be gone by the time he returned. The Nine Heavens was way too huge and it was impossible to find someone who was bent on hiding here. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. If he were to leave the Nine Heavens and kill Immortal Tai Hua in front of many Heaven Immortal experts, who knew what changes would happen? I have to keep him here. At that thought, Su Zimo gave up on Tai Han and turned around, chasing after Immortal Tai Hua who was in the distance. The dozens of cultivators beside the earth-ranking steel were dumbfounded. The alliance of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect ended in such an outcome. Tai Han was severely injured and Immortal Tai Hua escaped. As for Su Zimo, he strode forward with a murderous aura and locked his gaze on the figure in the distance. It was clear that he had no intention of letting Immortal Tai Hua off. Tai Han clutched his chest and coughed out blood with a miserable expression. He was already a dead man to begin with. If Su Zimo were to chase after him, he would not be able to last 3 rounds. To think that Immortal Tai Hua's departure would save his life instead. Tai Han looked at Immortal Tai Hua's back view and smiled mockingly. Thereafter, he looked at the tall earth-ranking steel not far away. When he looked at the name he left on the steel, the mockery in his eyes intensified. Given his current state, he no longer had the chance to fight for the earth ranking. His essence spirit was injured and his body was severely damaged with one eye blinded. It was unknown if he could even break through to the Heaven Immortal realm in the future. With a dejected expression, Tai Han turned around and headed towards the teleportation formation in the direction of level 4. If he wanted to survive, he could not stay here. Regardless of whether Su Zimo could kill Immortal Tai Hua, he would definitely die when Su Zimo returned. The only way he could survive was if he searched for a place to hide in the first 4 levels. Beside the earth-ranking steel. Feng Yin, who was initially just watching the battle, suddenly moved and chased in the direction of Su Zimo and Immortal Tai Hua. Up till this point of the battle, even he was curious. Yu Feng, Yun Lei, and the others chased after him as well. Xia Yun protected Princess Scarlet Rainbow and did not chase after them. He sighed. Scarlet Rainbow, your academy has truly produced a ruthless person this time round. Don't worry. Although the seal on Princess Scarlet Rainbow's body was not removed, she could still speak. She said hatefully, Junior Brother Su will definitely not let Tai Hua off. He will definitely take revenge for Senior Brother Yi. It's difficult. Xia Yun shook his head gently. Su Zimo's combat strength might be superior to Immortal Tai Hua. However, if Immortal Tai Hua were to avoid the battle and escape, he wouldn't stand a chance either. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was silent. She knew that Xia Yun was not wrong. Su Zimo was alone after all. If Immortal Tai Hua wanted to escape, there was nothing Su Zimo could do to stop him. In the square. Many cultivators were shocked when they saw that. This battle had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Flying Immortal Sect and the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom suffered immense losses. 16 peak Earth Immortals were killed by Su Zimo and they were almost entirely removed from the Earth ranking. Those 2 factions had lost all face. What was even more frightening was that the battle did not seem to be over yet. Su Zimo did not give up and followed closely behind Immortal Tai Hua, bent on killing the latter. Look, what's going on over there? Right then, someone shifted his gaze and was shocked when he saw what happened not far away from the teleportation formation at level 4. Chapter 2231, 2231 Might of the Willow Tree. 2231 Might of the Willow Tree. In level 4, the gigantic willow tree not far away from the teleportation formation was undergoing a shocking transformation. For some reason, countless willow leaves withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The drooping willow branches withered rapidly as well. The ancient and rough bark of the willow tree peeled off bit by bit. However, the life force in the willow tree's body intensified. This disciple of the academy has benefited from misfortune. It's a blessing. Perfected Immortal Xia Ling lamented. His cultivation realm was the highest and his judgment and knowledge far surpassed others. He could tell that after the essence spirit of this academy disciple fused with the gigantic willow essence spirit, his essence spirit realm had probably already broken through to the heaven immortal realm. Now that his body was reborn and he had undergone a complete transformation, his future was limitless. Initially, the endowment of this academy disciple could be seen at a glance. Although he had joined Heaven and Earth Academy, he would only be a heaven immortal in the future at most. But now that he had obtained such a huge opportunity, the potential of this lad was unimaginable. Naturally, Su Zimo obtained the most treasures in the 9 heavens this time round. Apart from him, this disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy benefited the most. What great methods! Perfected Immortal Xia Ling could not help but sigh when he thought about how this academy disciple's opportunities were related to Su Zimo as well. Initially, Xia Ling was displeased with Su Zimo for snatching the foundation treasure of level 4. But now, after witnessing the battle earlier on, Xia Ling thought about it and realized that it was nothing much for Su Zimo to take away the treasures, he would just treat it as a favor for the latter. At the very least, it was not a bad thing for the Yan-Yang Immortal Kingdom to be on good terms with this lad. Before long, the willow tree had already completed its transformation and the original gigantic willow tree had vanished. In its place was a seemingly skinny willow tree sapling. The trunk was only as thick as an arm and there were only a few willow branches hanging down. They were slender and weak, as though they could be snapped by a gust of wind. The willow sapling began to sway continuously before intensifying. Hiya! Before long, the willow tree let out a slightly tender human voice and pulled itself out of the mud in one go, revealing its roots. After that action, the willow tree seemed to have expended a lot of energy and stood on the spot to rest. Pausing for a moment, the body of the willow tree gradually changed. Many roots gathered and the trunk evolved. Right in front of many cultivators, the willow tree disappeared and in its place was a child around 9 years old. Lu Ping's appearance could vaguely be seen through his eyes. The child wore a green robe and had makeup on. His hair was naturally tied into a few small pigtails that swayed slightly like willow branches. After transforming into his human form, the child lowered his head and was stunned. So short? The child looked at his fair and tender hand and was shocked. So small? The child hurriedly conjured a sparkling mirror and looked at it. Instantly, he was scared out of his wits and smashed the mirror with a punch. Fuck! The child cursed. However, his voice was tender and the vulgarity sounded out of place. Junior brother Su, what have you gotten me into? The child was Lu Ping who had devoured the gigantic willow essence spirit and wanted to cry. Indeed, he inherited the body of the gigantic willow and was reborn, synthesizing perfectly with this body. However, for some reason, he returned to his childhood appearance. Lu Ping checked out his seemingly weak body hurriedly. Lu Ping was slightly stunned. His cultivation realm did not reverse and his essence spirit had already broken through to the heaven immortal realm. Furthermore, although this body was skinny, the life force and power contained in it was extremely terrifying and perfectly inherited the power of the gigantic willow. This Lu Ping clenched his fists in disbelief and muttered to himself, although my body has shrunk, I seem to be stronger than before. Wait, junior brother Su is in danger. Suddenly, Lu Ping thought of Su Zimo and hurried towards the teleportation formation with his short legs. The pigtails on his head were almost flying. After arriving at the teleportation formation, Lu Ping ascended to level 5 without hesitation. After arriving at level 5, Lu Ping determined his direction and was about to sprint in the direction of the earth-ranking steel when he frowned. Not far away, a figure was clutching his chest and staggering over. The person's face was pale and he was covered in blood. One of his eyes was blind and he emitted a faint blood stench, looking extremely wretched. Tai Han. Lu Ping's eyes widened and he almost did not recognize this person. Compared to the cold and ruthless great commander of the Earth Execution Guards previously, Tai Han was in a wretched state, looking like a stray dog. Lu Ping did not know how Tai Han ended up in such a state. However, when he recalled how Tai Han chased after him previously, he could not help but sneer. He took a step forward and blocked Tai Han's path. Tai Han stopped in his tracks and rolled his single eye, glaring at the child before him. The child looked familiar. However, his essence spirit was injured and his mind was in chaos. Coupled with the fact that he was severely injured by Su Zimo this time round and had suffered a huge blow, he did not think too much about it. His expression darkened as he said coldly, "Where did this child come from? Scram and don't stand in the way." Even if he was severely injured by Su Zimo and his essence spirit was hurt, ordinary Earth Immortals were not his match. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. He was the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards and possessed countless killing methods. Child? Lu Ping glared and grit his teeth. Open those dog eyes of yours and take a good look at who your daddy is. Lu Ping's words were rather imposing. However, it was useless when he said it in the voice of a child. Little cub, you don't know what's good for you. Tai Han did not take Lu Ping seriously at all. He reached out and grabbed Lu Ping's head. Lu Ping's head was not even as big as his palm. Although he could not use his essence spirit, divine powers or secret skills, his physique and blood chi alone were enough to kill most Earth Immortals. Because of the injury on his chest, Tai Han endured the pain and remained silent. His palm strike was enough to crush the child's head. Lu Ping was alarmed. He had witnessed Tai Han's methods and did not dare to fight him head-on. Lu Ping was about to circulate the immortal arts and divine powers of the academy to defend against Tai Han's palm when for some reason, an unfamiliar memory surged into his mind. As though he was possessed, he shook his head gently. As though they were sentient, the few pigtails on his head suddenly transformed into a few slender and tender willow branches that whipped towards Tai Han's palm. Piak! 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 There were a few crisp sounds. A few scarlet blood scars appeared on Tai Han's arm. The willow branches wrapped around Tai Han's arm and tightened. To Lu Ping's shock, the willow branches dug into Tai Han's flesh so deep that his bones could be seen. Sticky blood flowed out with a chilling intent. However, the willow branches were fearless and did not have any blood stains, they were still emerald green. If he continued exerting strength, Tai Han's arm might be snapped by a few willow branches. Chapter 2232 Humiliation. 2232 Humiliation. Ugh! Tai Han grunted and his expression changed. Lu Ping was shocked when he saw that. He had not expected that the unassuming pigtails on his head would be so powerful that they could even break through the defense of Tai Han's flesh. Lu Ping did not know what was going on either. However, a memory suddenly appeared and he controlled the willow branches instinctively. He had fused perfectly with the gigantic willow essence spirit and inherited not only its body, but also its many methods and lineage memories. In fact, he could release the methods of the gigantic willow casually without even cultivating. However, he had just transformed into a human and was still unfamiliar with many methods. For example, he could spread out these few willow branches. One of them was enough to lock Tai Han's arm, while the other willow branches could attack the latter continuously. Tai Han's situation was extremely tragic. His other arm was mangled by Su Zimo's great chaos essence palm and his bones were snapped. Right now, his arm was coiled by Lu Ping and could not move at all, almost snapped. His essence spirit was injured and he could not use the divine power to regrow his severed arm. He merely consumed many elixir pills and relied on his blood qi to recover slowly. To think that he would be restrained once more by this unknown child and his injuries would worsen. Even though his body was extremely battered, there was no hint of submission in Tai Han's eyes. They were still surging with a ferocious glint as he prepared to counterattack. He accepted the fact that he was beaten to such a state by Su Zimo. After all, it was his own lack of competence. However, as the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards, how could he be restrained by a child around 9 years old? Most importantly, he knew that there was no such child among the top experts of the 9 heavens. Tai Han's left arm was crippled and his right arm was bound by the willow branches. The only thing he could move were his legs. After Lu Ping fused with the gigantic willow, the power of his essence spirit increased exponentially and his spirit consciousness reached the heaven immortal realm. His senses were extremely sharp. The moment Tai Han intended to move, Lu Ping had already sensed it. Ha! Lu Ping was still extremely wary of Tai Han. Both parties were so close that he could not release any other methods in time. He could only punch instinctively and shout softly. Tai Han had just raised his leg when Lu Ping's punch landed on his chest. That punch was way too fast. Poof! With a single punch, Tai Han's chest was pierced and his heart exploded. A chubby fist protruded from Tai Han's back, stained with blood. Lu Ping and Tai Han were stunned at the same time, their eyes filled with disbelief. Neither of them expected that punch to severely injure Tai Han. With the rupture of his heart, Tai Han's blood drained rapidly and he looked dispirited. Coupled with the injury to his essence spirit, he had almost lost his combat strength. This body is way too strong. Lu Ping's heart was pounding excitedly. Actually, although his physique was strong after inheriting the body of the gigantic willow, it was not at this level. It was because Tai Han's chest was shattered by Su Zimo's great chaos essence palm first and his flesh and bones were almost rotten inside. That was the only reason why Lu Ping's punch could penetrate his chest. Blood gushed out of Tai Han's mouth continuously. His body could barely hold on any longer and swayed as he looked down at Lu Ping's face and his pupils constricted. Ee. Tai Han tried his best to open his mouth, as though he wanted to say something. However, blood gushed out and his words were intermittent and slurred. It's you. Tai Han finally recognized Lu Ping's face. However, he could not imagine how this academy disciple who should have died after he chased after him in the past could become like this and suddenly possess such immense strength. You recognized me? Very good. Lu Ping composed himself and retracted his fist. Tai Han could not hold on any longer and knelt in front of Lu Ping with a thud, his face pale. Tell me. Lu Ping grabbed Tai Han's collar with his petite hands and said sternly, what did you guys do to junior brother Su? Is he still alive? Tai Han could no longer speak. Blood flowed continuously from the hole in his chest and mouth. Lu Ping frowned and hesitated for a long time, but he did not dare to kill. Immortal Tai Hua was the one who killed senior brother Yi Fei and Tai Han could not be blamed for it. Most importantly, he was only an ordinary disciple of the academy and had too many reservations. He did not have the guts to kill the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards. Of course, if Su Zimo was encircled and killed by Tai Han and the others, he would kill Tai Han to take revenge for junior brother Su even if he had to risk everything. There was another point. If he did not kill Tai Han, he could even use the latter's life to threaten the other Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. That might be able to help junior brother Su. At that thought, Lu Ping grabbed Tai Han by the collar and dragged the latter with his short legs towards the earth-ranking steel. In the square, the expressions of Prince Yuan Zhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea were extremely terrible. The losses of the two factions were way too great. Not only did they fail to kill Su Zimo after mobilizing such a large force and even inviting reincarnated immortals, they were even killed by the other party. From this day forth, the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect would become the laughingstock of Divine Firmament Mainland. The two of them had dark gazes and glanced in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy from time to time. Although they were filled with anger, they could not vent it. Do the two of you have anything to say? Elder Zhong stroked his beard and looked askance at Prince Yuan Zhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea before saying leisurely, I remember that someone said earlier on that if the Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were to die in the 9 heavens, neither of you would say anything. They can only blame themselves for their lack of competence. You're not the only ones who remember it. All the cultivators here heard it clearly. Elder, he chimed in at the side. Prince Yuanzhuo was so angry that he nearly vomited blood. Heaven Immortal White Sea grit his teeth. Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy is way too ruthless. Even Immortal Tai Hua of Flying Immortal Sect only killed a single disciple of your academy. Your Su Zimo has already killed a total of 16 Earth Immortals. Good kills. Elder Zhong recalled the tragic death of Yi Fei and could not help but shouted. Ha ha ha. At the side, Yun Ting laughed as well. What a joke. Your two factions joined forces to kill someone else but were killed instead. How dare you accuse the other party of being too ruthless? Yuanzhua, White Sea, you've disgraced the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect completely. Heaven Immortal White Sea could not speak at all after being scolded by Yun Ting. He could only grit his teeth and endure the hatred in his heart. There were also many cultivators in the crowd whispering as they looked in the direction of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect with disdain. White Sea, you had better be worried about that bullshit reincarnated immortal of your sect. Yun Ting took a sip of strong wine and said indifferently. Humph. Heaven Immortal White Sea sneered, why? If Immortal Tai Hua avoids the battle, can Su Zimo retain him in the 9 heavens? The moment Heaven Immortal White Sea said that, Su Zimo attacked once more in the 9 heavens. Chapter 2233, 2233-36 Sabers. 2233-36 Sabers. 9 heavens. Immortal Tai Hua sped the entire way with Su Zimo right behind him. The distance between them did not shorten at all. However, Su Zimo relied on the burst of his physique and the distance he crossed with each step was huge. Even Immortal Tai Hua could not shake him off. If time allowed, Su Zimo could naturally continue chasing like this. With the physique and powerful life force of the Green Lotus True Body, he could exhaust Immortal Tai Hua to death. However, this was the 9 heavens. Once 100 Earth Immortals left their names on the Earth-ranking steel, all the Earth Immortals would be forcefully shifted out. If he wanted to kill Immortal Tai Hua, he had to do it before the elimination round was over. Su Zimo glared at Immortal Tai Hua's back view with a cold expression. Suddenly, he channeled his spirit consciousness and a gray fog shrouded his hands, forming a gray saber. Swoosh! The saber tore through the air and slashed in the direction of Immortal Tai Hua. The greater divine power, time is like a saber. Su Zimo's essence spirit and essence chi had recovered to their peak after releasing everlasting vitality. However, he had just released many of his methods and could not use them for the time being. He did not have many trump cards left, and the only thing that could threaten Immortal Tai Hua was the power of time. Fu. Sensing the energy fluctuation behind him, Immortal Tai Hua chuckled with a mocking expression. A single greater divine power was not a threat to him. Just as the gray saber was about to slash him, Immortal Tai Hua suddenly sidestepped and avoided the time saber by a hair's breadth. However, the time saber chased after Immortal Tai Hua like a leech. Who could dodge the power of time? Even if one cultivated to the Immortal King realm and became an immortal emperor that looked down on the world and reigned through history, they would not be able to avoid the passage of time and would not be able to live forever. That was an untouchable level. Although Immortal Tai Hua dodged repeatedly, the time saber followed him like a shadow. Humph. Immortal Tai Hua sneered, "It's just a greater divine power. It's nothing much." Although he said that, he did not dare to be careless. Indeed, he sensed a hint of danger from the gray saber. As Immortal Tai Hua sped forward, he drew a rune with the essence chi on his fingertip and imprinted it towards the time saber behind him. Bang! When the time saber struck the rune, it dissipated and gray fog splattered everywhere, filling the air. A strand of Immortal Tai Hua's long hair was accidentally tainted by the gray fog and his initially black hair turned gray instantly. When Immortal Tai Hua caught sight of that from the corner of his eye, he was shocked and his expression changed. The power of time? The power of time was the most mysterious and difficult to come into contact with, cultivate and comprehend. Even before his reincarnation, he had not mastered the power of time. In the square, the experts were secretly alarmed as well and looked in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy instinctively. When did Heaven and Earth Academy possess such a time divine power? Heaven Abyss of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect frowned. The expressions of many cultivators from the major Immortal Dao clan, Pang clan, of Divine Firmament mainland changed as well as they recalled something that happened not long ago. Right before the 10,000-year meet, they had just received news that the paragon of their race, Pang Yu, was killed in Heaven and Earth Academy and died on the spot. Pang Yu was a paragon groomed by the Pang clan and highly valued. The fact that he was able to join Heaven and Earth Academy and gain a spot in the inner sect was proof of his potential. To think that he would die in Heaven and Earth Academy. This matter caused a huge stir in the Pang clan. Pang Yu had died in a strange manner, he was struck by the power of time and his lifespan was depleted. However, according to the information they knew, the person who killed Pang Yu was a Heaven Immortal of Heaven and Earth Academy. The power of time released was also far stronger than what Su Zimo had displayed. When Heaven Immortal White Sea saw that Immortal Tai Hua was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and sneered, "You want to kill the reincarnated Immortal of Flying Immortal Sect with a single greater divine power? What a joke!" The moment he said that, Su Zimo attacked once more. The gray fog in Su Zimo's hands surged and changed continuously, forming a second gray saber. With a whoosh, it tore through the air and slashed towards Immortal Tai Hua. What happened? That lad released the same divine power consecutively? The crowd exclaimed. Even the many Heaven Immortal experts present were shocked and disbelief filled their eyes. Swoosh! Immediately after, another time saber was conjured and slashed towards Immortal Tai Hua. Look, there's a third gray saber. Fourth. Fifth. Many cultivators were shocked and looked at everything in the 9 heavens in disbelief. The greater divine power, time is like a saber, was actually transformed from barren. The power of the time saber came from the gray fog between Su Zimo's palms. As long as the gray fog and his essence spirit were sufficient, he could release the time saber continuously. Although such methods seemed terrifying, they would become extremely useless at the Heaven Immortal realm. That was because no matter how many time sabers he released, they could not defeat a single supreme divine power. However, in a fight between Earth Immortals, this continuous time saber posed a huge threat to any Earth Immortal. Time was like a saber and every single slash aged one. Immortal Tai Hua did not dare to underestimate every single slash. If he wanted to defend, he could only release divine powers and secret skills continuously to defend against the time sabers. With that, the fight between both parties had silently undergone a change. Both of them were peerless monster incarnates among Earth immortals. However, there were no techniques to speak of in this exchange, and it turned into a battle of attrition of essence spirit and essence chi. Whoever's essence spirit could not withstand it first would die. Whoever exhausted their essence chi first would die. Sigh. Suddenly, perfected immortal Xia Ling sighed with a conflicted expression. He looked at the green-robed cultivator in the 9 heavens and murmured, "That lad is way too terrifying." By terrifying, Xia Ling was not only referring to Su Zimo's trump cards. More than that, it was because of Su Zimo's control and judgment of the situation. It was as everyone had thought: if Immortal Tai Hua chose to avoid the battle and escape wholeheartedly, Su Zimo would not be able to hold Immortal Tai Hua back, let alone kill him. But now, Immortal Tai Hua had to fight. Not only that, the battle had turned into a war of attrition. There were no techniques or melee combat or long-range attacks. There were only the roughest and simplest clashes that consumed energy continuously. If Immortal Tai Hua could not hold on first and his essence chi was depleted along with the power of his essence spirit, he would truly not have a chance to escape. This might be the only chance to hold back Immortal Tai Hua. Initially, there was no such opportunity. Su Zimo was the one who forcefully created it and forced Immortal Tai Hua into a corner. Despite the fact that he was a reincarnated perfected immortal, he encountered such a ruthless person the moment he came out of seclusion after cultivating and was led by the nose the entire time. Many heaven immortal experts lamented when they saw that. When Immortal Tai Hua sensed the grey sabers flying behind him, his expression changed as well. He did not dare to stop and could only channel his essence spirit wildly, releasing many divine powers and secret skills to defend against the power of the time sabers. Great ripping technique. Coiling slash. Armor bursting seal. Great sun saber. In an extremely short period of time, Su Zimo released 36 time sabers. Immortal Tai Hua's long hair danced and his eyes shone brightly. He channeled his essence spirit to its limits as well and released 36 different divine powers and secret skills. Instantly, divine powers clashed and shook the world, causing the weather to change. Chapter 2234, 2234 Tai Hua's Death. 2234 Tai Hua's Death. Many cultivators felt their blood pump at the sight of that exchange. After releasing a divine power, ordinary cultivators would have to pause between releases to allow their essence spirits to recover. Otherwise, the burden on the essence spirit would be too great and the toll on it would be immense. The more condensed the essence spirit was, the shorter the time lapse. For people like Yunting, Tai Hua and Feng Yin, even if they released multiple divine powers and secret skills in succession, their essence spirits could withstand it. Now that everyone had the chance to witness such a flurry of attacks and divine powers, they were all ecstatic. This is a true peerless expert. To think that the killing power of an earth immortal expert could reach such a level. Immortal Tai Hua has reincarnated and has the imprint of his previous life. As such, his essence spirit is even more condensed, so it's understandable. However, Su Zimo came from the lower worlds and yet, his essence spirit hasn't collapsed and he can still fight against Immortal Tai Hua. Exclamations, shouts and cheers intertwined into a buzzing sound that reverberated through the square. Brother Su sure is capable. Xia Qingqing said, the reason why reincarnated immortals are strong is because they possess a previous lifetime of cultivation. Although they only recovered a little of their memories, their combat experience, combat skills, judgment, control and knowledge of the situation far surpass their peers. And now, Brother Su forced Immortal Tai Hua to such a state where his experience and techniques are useless. He can only continue to go against Brother Su. Your Highness, who do you think will win this battle? Naturally, Su Xiaotian hoped that Su Zimo would win. However, he was still worried. After all, Su Zimo had expended too much energy in consecutive battles along the way. Furthermore, the other party was a reincarnated immortal and could not be underestimated. I'm not sure. Xia Qingqing said in a deep voice, both of their essence spirits are at the level of a grade 1 heaven immortal. They should still have trump cards that they haven't used. Once they use those trump cards, that will probably be the time to determine the victor. In the 9 heavens, both parties fought in such a manner and pushed the combat to its climax in an extremely short period of time. After 36 slashes, Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly and his aura intensified. He fought fiercer and fiercer without any signs of stopping. Swash! 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 Gray fog shrouded in front of Su Zimo and changed turbulently. A few time sabers were formed once more and were ready to strike. Su Zimo. Suddenly, Immortal Tai Hua stopped in his tracks and spun around, shouting, "If you want to fight, we'll fight outside the 9 heavens and at the ranking battle of the earth ranking. How about that?" Although Immortal Tai Hua's voice was loud, it was clear from his tone that he was on the losing end. "I want to take your life right now." Su Zimo glared at Immortal Tai Hua coldly and said calmly. Immortal Tai Hua glared at Su Zimo with a menacing expression and hollered, "Su Zimo, don't push your luck. If I'm truly forced into a corner, I'll fight you to the death and you won't be able to survive either." Naturally, Immortal Tai Hua still had a trump card. However, he was not confident that he could kill Su Zimo even if he released it. If he failed, he might die here. That was the reason why Immortal Tai Hua did not dare to use this trump card. "Fight me to the death?" Su Zimo was unmoved and had a fearless expression. In fact, he ignored Immortal Tai Hua and released the time saber that was condensed in front of him, slashing towards Tai Hua. After releasing 36 divine powers and secret skills in succession, Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit could no longer hold on and ached. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death. Die! Immortal Tai Hua hollered and channeled his essence spirit wildly. The essence chi in his hands drew mysterious and complicated runes in midair that were filled with sharp killing intent. A terrifying divine power spread and surged toward Su Zimo. Immortal Slaying Talisman. Perfected Immortal Xia Ling exclaimed softly. That was a supreme divine power of Flying Immortal Sect. Once released, it could sever the opponent's life force and was extremely terrifying. Victory is about to be decided. Xia Qingqing murmured softly without blinking. Countless cultivators watched with bated breaths as well. When that supreme divine power was released, Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit turned incomparably weak and his face turned pale. Poof! 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 When the few time sabers collided against the immortal slaying talisman in midair, they could not defend against it at all and dissipated. "You've finally attacked." Su Zimo looked at the incoming immortal slaying talisman without any fear. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes, as though he had been waiting for a long time. Bang! The immortal slaying talisman imprinted itself on Su Zimo's chest and a tremendous power surged into the green lotus true body instantly, destroying a large amount of life force. His flesh, bones and organs were severely injured and his life force drained rapidly. However, the life force of the grade 10 green lotus true body far surpassed other living beings and was unimaginably boundless. If that supreme divine power struck a dragon, it could even kill them. However, Su Zimo managed to survive with the powerful regeneration capabilities of his green lotus true body. Although his life force was weak, it was recovering slowly. Only the grade 10 green lotus true body could receive a supreme divine power head-on without dying. Of course, more importantly, Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit was only at the Grade 1 Heaven Immortal realm and could not unleash the full power of the Immortal Slaying Talisman. If a Grade 9 Heaven Immortal released that supreme divine power, even the Grade 10 Green Lotus True Body would be shattered. Furthermore, Immortal Tai Hua had exchanged 36 divine powers with Su Zimo first and his essence spirit was weak. The power of that supreme divine power was reduced by another level. The collision with the time sabers reduced its strength once more. When it truly landed on Su Zimo, it no longer posed much of a threat. Everything was under Su Zimo's control. He's not dead? Immortal Tai Hua focused his gaze. He saw Su Zimo's figure. Although the latter swayed slightly and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood weakly, his life force was not severed. Furthermore, his life force was recovering rapidly. You won't get another chance to reincarnate. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he said indifferently. Channeling his essence spirit and circulating his divine power, he pointed at Immortal Tai Hua through the void and spat out 2 words. Fleeting moment. Immortal Tai Hua's pupils constricted violently as a strong sense of danger enveloped him, as though he was about to die the next moment. He wanted to escape and break free from that terrifying feeling, but he could not. He wanted to release another supreme divine power, but his essence spirit felt immense pain and his mind spun, almost fainting. At that moment, he finally understood something. All of Su Zimo's previous methods were to force him to release that supreme divine power. Su Zimo would only release this killing move after his Immortal Slaying Talisman was released. By then, he would no longer have the strength to defend. Time was like a saber, a fleeting moment. Right in front of everyone, Immortal Tai Hua looked like he was in his twilight years. His hair was white and he looked withered and old. His face was filled with wrinkles that looked like they were carved by a blade. All the vigor, glory, pride and drive in him vanished instantly. Why you? Immortal Tai Hua's blood chi was weak and his body was hunched. His eyes were cloudy and filled with fear as he extended his skinny arm and pointed at Su Zimo, as though he wanted to say something. However, in the end, the reincarnated immortal fell backwards and his essence spirit was destroyed, extinguishing his life force. Now that his soul was dispersed, he would no longer have the chance to reincarnate. He had lost his life in the 9 heavens. Chapter 2235 Suspicious. 2235 Suspicious. Even after killing Immortal Tai Hua, Su Zimo did not let down his guard. Instead, he turned around slowly and looked in the direction diagonally behind him. In the sandstorm, a figure stood there, faintly visible. He had been watching the battle for a long time and emitted a powerful aura without leaving. The other reincarnated immortal, Feng Yin. Su Zimo did not know Feng Yin well and knew nothing about the character and methods of this reincarnated immortal. Worried that this person would take advantage of the situation and attack him, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless. Actually, Feng Yin had indeed thought of taking the opportunity to kill Su Zimo at that moment. The methods displayed by Su Zimo had already made him feel deep fear. If he was in Immortal Tai Hua's position, he would not be able to escape death against such methods either. This person was definitely his greatest opponent for the Earth ranking. It would naturally be best if such a huge threat could be resolved beforehand. However, on second thought, Feng Yin realized that Su Zimo was already at the end of his rope and was of no threat. As a reincarnated immortal, if he were to hit someone when they were down in front of everyone, even if he won, he would be mocked by the world. The elimination round was about to end and the ranking battle would begin soon. There was no way Su Zimo could recover much essence chi and stamina in such a short period of time, and he had already used up all his trump cards. At that time, he could still defeat Su Zimo openly in the ranking battle. There was no need for him to attack here and become a topic of discussion. Furthermore, if he attacked now, he would definitely offend Heaven and Earth Academy, the losses outweighed the gains. In the ranking battle, he could defeat or kill Su Zimo legitimately, and there was nothing Heaven and Earth Academy could say. Feng Yin stood there for a long time. Most importantly, he was shocked by the scene of Su Zimo killing Immortal Tai Hua. 36 greater divine powers were released in succession. He used his physical body to defend against a supreme divine power head-on. Thereafter, he released a supreme divine power that could exhaust a person's lifespan instantly and even cause their lifespan to vanish in an irreversible manner. Such methods were way too terrifying when released by an Earth Immortal. This battle had indeed shocked Feng Yin. Taking a deep breath of air, Feng Yin composed himself and thought about it. Finally, he smiled indifferently and turned to leave. No matter what, he was the biggest winner for the Earth ranking this time round. Su Zimo had exhausted all his methods and had expended too much energy. He was injured and could no longer fight him. The rest were nothing to fear. The square outside the 9 heavens was already noisy. The ranking battle was the main event for every Earth ranking competition. After the baptism of the elimination round, the final 100 paragons and monster incarnates would fight one another in pairs. That was the greatest show. However, nobody expected such an intense battle to break out in the elimination round. Initially, I thought that with the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect joining forces and the presence of a reincarnated Immortal, paragons and monster incarnates such as Qing Chunzi and Tai Han, there should be no doubt about the outcome. Who would have thought? It was way too tragic. There were 22 Earth Immortals from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect who took part in the elimination round this time round. 18 of them died in this battle. Even the reincarnated Immortal is dead. The Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect suffered immense losses this time round. This is truly disastrous for them. When they heard the discussions around them, the expressions of Prince Yuan Zhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea were extremely grim. Dark shadows covered their faces and their clenched fists trembled slightly as they tried their best to suppress the anger in their hearts. Prior to this, Prince Yuan Zhua even declared that he wanted to teach Heaven and Earth Academy a lesson and remove them from the Earth ranking. Right now. Hurry and stop talking. This incident is already extremely humiliating for the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Only one disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy died. On their side, almost everyone is dead. Compared to Prince Yuan Zhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea, the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were naturally invigorated and in high spirits. However, the elders still felt a hint of sadness. They could not let go of Yi Fei's death. In the seats of the Pang clan, the Pang clansmen looked at the tragic death of Immortal Tai Hua in the 9 heavens and frowned with grim expressions. The way Tai Hua died was exactly the same as Pang Yu. Could there be more to Pang Yu's death? Could this supreme divine power be imparted to this lad by Yang Ruoxu of Heaven and Earth Academy? A few Pang clansmen sent voice transmissions with their spirit consciousnesses. It's not so easy to comprehend a supreme divine power of time. From what I know, the reason why Pang Yu died that day was because of another outer sect disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy. Go back and check who that outer sect disciple is. Prior to this, although the Pang clansmen knew the cause, none of them took this outer sect disciple to heart. No one would link the death of a grade 9 Heaven Immortal to an outer sect disciple of the Academy who was an Earth Immortal. But now, the death of Immortal Tai Hua had aroused the suspicions of the Pang clan. 9 heavens. Naturally, Su Zimo knew that he would definitely be noticed by the Pang clan if he released Fleeting Moment. However, he had no other choice if he wanted to kill Immortal Tai Hua as soon as possible. Furthermore, he was the one who caused Pang Yu's death and senior brother Yang Ruoxu was the one who bore all the pressure and hostility for him. This matter should not be shouldered by Yang Ruoxu. He had obtained many treasures in the 9 heavens this time round and the Hell Suppression Tripod was about to be completely repaired. At that time, when the 4 sacred souls awakened, they would be comparable to at least 4 top-tier heaven immortals. It would not be so easy for the Pang clan to kill him either. Furthermore, when he returned this time round, he would begin to cultivate in seclusion and break through to the heaven immortal realm. The Pang clan had no chance at all. No matter how bold they were, they would not dare to charge into the academy to take revenge. Su Zimo looked at Immortal Tai Hua beneath his feet and removed the latter's storage bag before putting it away. Thereafter, Su Zimo used his palm like a saber and slashed down along Immortal Tai Hua's throat, severing his head. This is the outcome of anyone who tries to kill me. Su Zimo yanked Immortal Tai Hua's pale hair and raised the head high. Gazing at the firmaments, his eyes revealed a sinister glint as he shouted. That action caused an uproar outside the 9 heavens. This was a provocation to Prince Yuan Zhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea. This was a declaration of war against the 2 of them. Bastard, ant! Prince Yuan Zhua grit his teeth in anger with a dark expression. The outcome of this battle was equivalent to a slap to the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Apart from the chaos caused by Feng Cantion in the past, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom had never been humiliated like this ever since it was established. It was the same for Flying Immortal Sect. However, this time round, not only did Flying Immortal Sect lose all face, even Zither Immortal Meng Yao's reputation was damaged. What sort of a figure was the dignified Zither Immortal? What sort of bearing did she possess? In order to deal with a grade 8 Earth Immortal, they did not hesitate to invite a reincarnated Immortal out of seclusion. Although they mobilized such a large force, they were completely wiped out. This was definitely a pitiable outcome. Nobody knew how the Zither Immortal would react once she knew about this. Chapter 2236, 2236 Breaking the Seals. 2236 Breaking the Seals. Level 5. Dozens of cultivators were still surrounding the earth-ranking steel, looking at the blood-stained battlefield not far away with a burning gaze. On the battlefield, the corpses of the 16 Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were scattered. The storage bags of the corpses were still tied to their waists. At that time, Su Zimo was chasing after Immortal Tai Hua and time was tight. Naturally, he did not have time to clean up the battlefield and collect the storage bags of the corpses. Who do you guys think will win the battle between Su Zimo and Immortal Tai Hua? Don't worry, if Immortal Tai Hua were to escape wholeheartedly and avoid the battle, Su Zimo won't be able to catch up to him. That's right. I reckon that the 2 of them will have to wait till the ranking battle to determine the victor. Everyone waited for a while. When they saw that Su Zimo had not returned, some cultivators could not help but harbor other thoughts. A cultivator of Imperial Wind Temple was tempted and ran towards the battlefield. Waving his robes, he collected the storage bags of the corpses and placed them in his bag. Mo Qian, what are you doing? When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw that, her beautiful eyes widened as she questioned loudly with a sullen expression. Although her body was sealed by Immortal Tai Hua's power, she could not move and could only speak. I'm just cleaning up the battlefield. What's wrong? Mo Qian rolled his eyes and replied in a huff, these storage bags are ownerless. What's wrong? You can't take them for yourself and yet you refuse to let others take them, Princess Scarlet Rainbow? Ownerless? Princess Scarlet Rainbow glared at Mo Qian and ground her canine teeth, saying slowly, these Earth Immortals were killed by junior brother Su of my academy. Everyone witnessed it. Naturally, these storage bags belong to junior brother Su as well. How can you have the cheek to say that they are ownerless? Foo-foo. Mo Qian sneered, he's already gone and he didn't take the storage bags. Who knows, he might not be interested. You. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was momentarily speechless. Xia Yun frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, fellow Daoist Mo Qian, have you thought about how Su Zimo would react if he returned and saw you take away those storage bags? There was clearly a hint of fear in Imo Qian's eyes. But soon, he calmed down and pouted. Don't bother trying to scare me. Su Zimo is off chasing after Immortal Tai Hua. Who knows when or if he'll even return. Furthermore, so what if he returns? If he didn't pick up these storage bags, why can't others? Right then, Feng Yin's figure appeared not far away and walked over. When Imo Qian saw Feng Yin, he was even more confident and harumphed coldly. Imperial Wind Temple has a reincarnated immortal as well. With senior brother Feng Yin here, how will he dare to snatch things from a disciple of Imperial Wind Temple? When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw this unreasonable person, she grit her teeth in hatred. However, she could not break free from the seal and attack. Suddenly, a short figure was running over from the direction of level 4. That person seemed to be dragging someone else on the ground in a strange manner. Who is this fellow Taoist that's arriving? Everyone watched as the figure approached rapidly with dumbfounded expressions. The intruder was a child around 9 years old. His face was pink and he wore a green shirt with a few small pigtails on his head. As he ran, his hair fluttered slightly and he looked rather cute. When did such a child appear in the elimination round of the 9 heavens? He's probably from some unknown sect or faction that has nobody else to represent them. What a pity that a child as such has to suffer to take part in the fight for the Earth ranking. A few cultivators shook their heads. But soon, everyone recognized the identity of the person in the child's hands and their expressions changed. It was the great commander of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom's Earth Execution Guards, Tai Han. Tai Han was severely injured by Su Zimo and had already escaped from this place. How did he end up in the hands of this child? Although Tai Han was in a sorry state when he left, he could still move. But now, Tai Han's arms were crippled and there was a bloody hole the size of an arm in his chest. He was dragged the entire way and his hair was covered in dust. He looked extremely miserable and dispirited. No one could recognize him right away. What was wrong with Tai Han? Did he encounter another strong foe and was saved by this child? Everyone looked at the approaching child with puzzled expressions. When the child arrived and saw the corpses and blood on the battlefield, he was shocked as well. Pust! They were all dead? The child recognized that the people who died were from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. The child was shocked. Could it be Junior Brother Su's doing? Could it be that Junior Brother Su was also the reason why Tai Han was severely injured? However, he quickly recalled that he had something more important. His gaze shifted and landed on Princess Scarlet Rainbow, who was not far away. Senior Sister Scarlet Rainbow, where's Junior Brother Su? Panting slightly, the child asked worriedly with an anxious expression, did Junior Brother Su win? Where did he go? Where's Immortal Tai Hua? Child, which sect are you from? Princess Scarlet Rainbow was confused by the child's manner of addressing her and merely felt that the child's features looked familiar. However, even if he looked familiar, there was no way he could act so chummy with her. Senior Sister Scarlet Rainbow and Junior Brother Su? How old was this child? Was his Junior Brother Su an infant? Senior Sister Scarlet Rainbow, it's me. When the child saw the confusion in Princess Scarlet Rainbow's eyes, he hurriedly explained in his childish voice, I'm Lu Ping. Lu Ping? Princess Scarlet Rainbow was stunned. The other Heaven and Earth Academy disciples were dumbfounded as well. Now that you mention it, the more I look at it, the more you resemble. Princess Scarlet Rainbow murmured softly. Aya. The child was anxious and waved his small hands, gesturing. In any case, something unexpected happened. Junior Brother Su helped me reincarnate through assimilation and changed my body, causing me to look like this. Although that statement sounded like a fantasy, everyone gradually accepted it as they looked at that familiar face. Ah, right. Lu Ping slapped his head with his tiny hands and suddenly recalled something. Senior Sister Scarlet Rainbow, you guys have been sealed. I'll help you guys remove the restrictions right now. Lu Ping loosened his grip and threw the half-dead Tai Han on the ground before walking towards Princess Scarlet Rainbow. There's no need to trouble yourself. You won't be able to dispel it. Princess Scarlet Rainbow sighed gently. Let me give it a try. Lu Ping rubbed his chubby hands eagerly. Xia Yun shook his head gently and smiled. Child, you're interesting. These seals were left behind by a reincarnated immortal. Even with my strength, I can only dispel the seal on their mouths. Bang! 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 Before Xia Yun could finish, Lu Ping shook his head gently. A few pigtails on his head suddenly extended and transformed into a few soft and tender willow branches, tapping Princess Scarlet Rainbow a few times. Princess Scarlet Rainbow shuddered and her body swayed slightly. She staggered and almost fell. Xia Yun's expression froze. He opened his mouth slightly but could not continue. Disbelief appeared in Princess Scarlet Rainbow's eyes as well. She tried to move her arm and circulate her blood qi. Everything was fine. The seals within her body had already been removed. Chapter 2237, 2237 Return. 2237 Return. It's really dispelled. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was excited and invigorated. Hee hee. Lu Ping rubbed his chubby hands and grinned. He was also happy to possess such power and be able to help his fellow senior brothers and sisters. Lu Ping, you're amazing. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's character was a little lively to begin with. After being sealed by Immortal Tai Hua for so long, she could not move at all and was truly suffocated. Suddenly, she reached out and placed her hands on Lu Ping's tender face, rubbing it vigorously as she beamed. Little Lu Ping, so you were so cute when you were young. Lu Ping was dizzy from Princess Scarlet Rainbow's rubbing, but he did not dare to react, afraid that he might hurt her if he did not control his strength properly. Junior Sister Scarlet Rainbow, let go of him quickly and let him help us remove the seals. Junior Brother Lu, hurry over and untie us. The other fellow disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy shouted hurriedly as well. Princess Scarlet Rainbow rubbed for a long time before putting Lu Ping down. As though he had drunk strong wine, Lu Ping swayed towards his fellow senior brothers and released the seals on the other disciples of the academy. How did he suddenly become so strong? Xia Yun frowned slightly. Lu Ping, who had turned into a child, seemed to have become a potential opponent for him as well. How is Junior Brother Su? Where is he? Lu Ping asked again. Junior Brother Su is fine. He went to hunt down Immortal Tai Hua. Princess Scarlet Rainbow pointed to the corpses on the battlefield not far away. These Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were killed by Junior Brother Su. Lu Ping, you didn't see it. Junior Brother Su's battle was truly earth-shaking. That's right, it was way too scary. 18 peak Earth Immortals joined forces, but 16 of them were killed by Junior Brother Su and one of them was severely injured. Even Immortal Tai Hua was scared off. Listening to the chatter of the Heaven and Earth Academy disciples, Lu Ping could gradually imagine the grandeur of this battle. I'll help Junior Brother Su. Lu Ping said in a deep voice. There's no way to help. An academy disciple shook his head. Junior Brother Su is chasing after Immortal Tai Hua. We don't even know where the two of them went. How are you going to find them? True. Lu Ping lowered his head slightly. Right, there's something else that has to be resolved. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw the corpses on the battlefield, she suddenly thought of something and turned to Mo Qian. She extended her palm and shouted, "Hand over the storage bags." What are you shouting for? Mo Qian raised his brow and said impatiently, "What storage bags? I don't know what you're talking about." Be it on the Earth ranking prediction or the actual steel, he was ranked in the top 20. In terms of combat strength, he was not inferior to Princess Scarlet Rainbow. The Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were killed by my junior brother Su. Those storage bags naturally belong to him. Don't even think about taking them for yourself. Princess Scarlet Rainbow argued logically and refused to show weakness. Foo-foo. Mo Qian could not help but laugh. Interesting. Su Zimo has been gone for so long but no one has touched those storage bags. They are clearly ownerless and anyone can take them. Why? If Su Zimo doesn't return for 10,000 years, no one is allowed to take those storage bags? You. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was enraged. Although she knew that Mo Qian was being unreasonable, she had her reservations and did not want to fight against an Earth Immortal of Imperial Wind Temple for the sake of those storage bags. There were also 11 Earth Immortals of Imperial Wind Temple here who were looking over with hostile expressions. If both parties were to fight, there was a high chance that it would turn into a chaotic battle between the two factions. On the side of Imperial Wind Temple, there was also a reincarnated immortal, Feng Yin, presiding over. In today's battle, Heaven and Earth Academy was already on bad terms with the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. It was truly unwise to fight against cultivators of Imperial Wind Temple because of some storage bags. Senior Sister Scarlet Rainbow, why don't we forget about it? Lu Ping tugged gently at the hem of Princess Scarlet Rainbow's clothes and whispered, "It's just a few storage bags. There's most likely nothing good inside." "I know that too." Princess Scarlet Rainbow was indignant and frowned. "I just can't take this lying down. Why should I have to? Enough people have died today. I don't want to see anything happen to you guys." Lu Ping murmured with a worried expression. He was reborn and his combat strength increased exponentially. However, this was his nature and he had many reservations. He was worried that another disciple of the academy would die if a massive battle broke out between the two factions. Lu Ping witnessed senior brother Yi Fei's tragic death personally. The impact on him was way too great. He could not bear to see his seniors of the same sect die in front of him again. Although his combat strength was indeed not bad, he was not confident that he could defeat Feng Yin. If a chaotic battle broke out, he was even less confident of protecting everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy. When she heard Lu Ping's words, Princess Scarlet Rainbow's expression dimmed and she could not help but sigh deeply when she thought of Yi Fei who had died not long ago. "Forget it." Princess Scarlet Rainbow lowered her head slightly and murmured before turning to leave. "Fu." Mo Qian sneered and rolled his eyes, pouting his lips. "Some people just don't know their limits. Someone else is here. How did he come from that direction? This is..." Right then, a series of voices sounded from beside the earth-ranking steel. Su Zimo. A cultivator recognized the figure and suddenly shrieked. Instantly, the surroundings of the earth-ranking steel fell silent. Those words seemed to possess a demonic power. Even the howling winds in the world seemed to have calmed down. Everyone shut their mouths at the same time and looked at the figure that was getting closer and clearer. Instinctively, they held their breaths and focused with frightened expressions. Dozens of cultivators felt as though their throats were being choked by a pair of invisible hands and they could not breathe. It was an invisible pressure that was indescribable but real. Gradually, Mo Qian's expression changed and turned incomparably pale. As for the cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy, their eyes widened in excitement as they looked at the approaching figure in disbelief. Finally, the figure passed through the sandstorm and appeared before everyone. Dozens of cultivators looked down slightly and their pupils constricted when they saw Su Zimo's hand. It was a bloodied head that had just been severed. Although his face was incomparably old and filled with wrinkles, everyone could recognize that it was Immortal Tai Hua's face. Pust. Immortal Tai Hua was dead. Immortal Tai Hua abandoned Tai Han and escaped alone. Despite that, he was unable to avoid this calamity and was hunted to death by Su Zimo, even having his head cut off. Looking at Su Zimo's refined face, everyone could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Fu. Right then, Tai Han, who was paralyzed on the ground and could barely move, suddenly smiled when he saw that. A mocking look flashed through his eyes. Immortal Tai Hua abandoned him and escaped alone, to think that he would end up dying before him. This was fate. Su Zimo carried Immortal Tai Hua's head and returned to this place. His gaze shifted to Tai Han, who was not far away. Chapter 2238, 2238 Peerless Might. 2238 Peerless Might. Junior brother Su, I've caught Tai Han. When Lu Ping saw that Su Zimo noticed Tai Han, he hurriedly turned back and pulled the ladder over. Thankfully, you injured him severely. That's why I was able to capture him alive with ease. Su Zimo shifted his gaze towards the child in green. I'm Lu Ping. For some reason, I look like this after taking on human form. Lu Ping spread his hands helplessly. Su Zimo nodded slightly with a calm expression. He was the one who helped Lu Ping assimilate and synthesize the gigantic willow essence spirit to inherit the latter's body. As such, he was not surprised by the outcome. Junior brother Su, Tai Han is basically a cripple. How should we deal with him? Lu Ping asked again. Su Zimo did not say anything. He merely went forward and pulled Tai Han over from Lu Ping's hands. Without saying anything, he raised his palm like a knife and slashed Tai Han's neck. Fresh blood gushed out. Tai Han's blood was not warm, it emitted a cold aura. Su Zimo severed Tai Han's head with a single palm strike. The dozens of cultivators in the surroundings shuddered. Mo Qian's eyelids fluttered and the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably with a terrible expression. The great commander of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom's Earth Execution Guards and the reincarnated perfected immortal of Flying Immortal sect seemed no different from ordinary livestock in this person's eyes. He killed so decisively, nonchalantly, and indifferently. Even everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy was secretly alarmed, let alone others. After Immortal Tai Hua killed senior brother Yi Fei, everyone naturally wanted to settle scores with him. However, if any of them were asked to kill Immortal Tai Hua right in front of everyone, they would have reservations and hesitate. This person before him was the only one who was decisive to kill without reservations. In the square. Good. When Prince Yuanzhua saw that, his eyes revealed a dark gaze and he wished that he could charge into the 9 heavens personally to kill Su Zimo. Heaven Immortal White Sea had long put away his folding fan and sat at the table expressionlessly. The encirclement of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect had failed completely. 18 Earth Immortals led by Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and Qing Chunzi died in Su Zimo's hands without exception. Although there were still 4 Earth Immortals left from the 2 factions, they would not amount to much even if they joined forces. Those Earth Immortals had yet to reach the Earth Immortal steel. It was clear that their methods were far inferior to the people who died and were naturally not a threat to Su Zimo. After beheading Tai Han, Su Zimo walked towards the battlefield and beheaded the Earth Immortal corpses of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect. 18 heads dripped with fresh blood. Some of them died tragically, some of them looked horrified, some of them had menacing features and some of them were mangled. A refined scholarly man wielded the 18 bloodied heads in his hands, creating a stark contrast that sent shivers down one's spine. I've already said that these people will have to die with senior brother Yi. Su Zimo said, bring senior brother Ye's corpse back to the academy. The heads of these people will be placed in front of senior brother Ye's tomb as tributes. The eyes of everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy reddened. This might be the greatest consolation for Yi Fei. He did not die in vain. His single death caused 18 peak Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect to die with him, including a reincarnated perfected Immortal. What were you guys arguing about earlier on? Su Zimo looked at Princess Scarlet Rainbow and suddenly asked. Princess Scarlet Rainbow glanced at Mo Qian, who was not far away, and hesitated. Initially, she wanted to tell him everything. But now, judging from Su Zimo's condition, she was worried that he might not be able to defeat Feng Yin if he were to fight against the cultivators of Imperial Wind Temple for the sake of some storage bags. It's nothing. Princess Scarlet Rainbow lowered her head slightly and averted her gaze. Naturally, Su Zimo could tell that Princess Scarlet Rainbow was hiding something. He surveyed his surroundings and swept his gaze across the corpses on the battlefield. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Where are the storage bags on the corpses?" Some cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy turned around instinctively and looked in the direction of Imperial Wind Temple. Su Zimo realized what happened as he carried the 18 bloodied heads and walked over slowly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before a few cultivators of Imperial Wind Temple. When Su Zimo's gaze swept past them, Mo Qian and the others felt their hairs stand on end and their scalps prickle. Who took them? Su Zimo asked indifferently. His tone was calm and emotionless. However, Mo Qian felt an unimaginable pressure and could barely breathe. I. Unable to take it, Mo Qian chuckled dryly and stuttered, "When I saw you leave W without picking you up to those storage B bags, I thought." Su Zimo did not say anything and merely looked at Mo Qian quietly. Mo Qian's tone turned weaker and he finally could not continue. He could only hear his own heavy breathing and the sound of blood dripping onto the ground from the 18 heads. Every single drop sounded like the footsteps of the King of Hell. Earlier on, he quibbled self-righteously and confidently in front of Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the other disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy. But now, Mo Qian could not bring himself to say the words "ownerless objects." It was as though a calamity was about to descend upon him the moment he said those words. Gradually, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Mo Qian's forehead as a bead-sized drop of sweat slid down his face. It was a little itchy, but he did not dare to wipe it. "Don't be afraid." Right then, a voice sounded in Mo Qian's mind. Senior brother Feng Yin was sending a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Mo Qian was invigorated and the fear in his heart seemed to have faded significantly. He glanced sideways in Feng Yin's direction. At that moment, Feng Yin was standing not far away, watching over. His eyes shone with a divine light and his aura was gathered, ready to strike. Mo Qian calmed down and took a deep breath. He mustered his courage and turned to Su Zimo. Just as he was about to quibble, Su Zimo spoke once more. "Hand them over." There were no unnecessary words, only 3 words. His tone was still calm. However, the courage that Mo Qian had just mustered was destroyed by those 3 words and he almost broke down mentally. Nobody could understand the pressure that Mo Qian was experiencing against Su Zimo right now. Su Zimo had just killed 18 peak Earth Immortals and even the reincarnated perfected Immortal died in his hands. This was a supreme might that was built from blood, killing and corpses and possessed an unstoppable power. In front of Su Zimo, Mo Qian felt like a weak little rabbit. However, Su Zimo was an ancient ferocious beast that had just torn countless living beings apart and exuded a torrential malevolent aura. In the face of such a ferocious beast, Mo Qian prostrated on the ground and shivered. Mo Qian dared to guarantee that if Su Zimo were to attack, even Feng Yin would not be able to save him. "Here, it's all here." Mo Qian broke down completely and his spirit consciousness moved, pulling out the storage bags and handing them to Su Zimo with both hands. "Very good." Su Zimo nodded and his gaze seemed much kinder. He patted Mo Qian on the shoulder and said gently, "I might not be interested in these storage bags. However, you have to remember that these are mine. You can't take them unless I give them to you." "Ji, got it." Mo Qian shuddered and nodded instinctively. Chapter 2239, 2239 Name on Steel. 2239 Name on Steel. Trash. In the square, Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned when he saw that and could not help but curse, "How dare you embarrass Imperial Wind Temple? They belong to Su Zimo to begin with. It's nothing much to return them to him." Perfected Immortal Xia Ling smiled gently and consoled. Heaven Immortal Green Peak's expression softened. However, Mo Qian's performance in front of Su Zimo earlier on was way too poor. He was as obedient as a little white rabbit. "After we return to the sect, I'll have this Mo Qian reside in the servant courtyard." Heaven Immortal Green Peak thought to himself and had already decided on Mo Qian's future. Level 5. Feng Yin retracted his gaze and sighed, lamenting internally. It would naturally be best if he could get rid of Su Zimo in advance. However, he had no reason and could not attack unreasonably in level 5. If a conflict broke out because of this, he could naturally step in and suppress Su Zimo. That was the reason why he told Mo Qian not to be afraid. He was waiting for the conflict to escalate. However, to think that Su Zimo did not even have to move a single finger and merely said a few words softly before Mo Qian returned the storage bags obediently. Since things had come to this, Feng Yin could not say anything and could only close his eyes to rest once more. Su Zimo glanced at Feng Yin, who was not far away. Earlier on, he felt immense hostility from this reincarnated immortal. However, it was retracted quickly. Not far away, another cultivator of Heaven and Earth Academy arrived. He was shocked when he saw the bloody battlefield. Before long, a cultivator from the same sect went forward to explain, and everyone headed to the earth-ranking steel to carve their names. "Junior Brother Su, you haven't left your name here yet." Princess Scarlet Rainbow pointed to the steel and said, "Only those who leave their names on it are qualified to enter the final ranking battle." Su Zimo had killed 18 Earth Immortals and there were 18 empty spots. However, the disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy went forward to leave their names and almost filled the empty spots. Furthermore, cultivators arrived continuously during the battle and left their names on the Earth-ranking steel. There were already more than 60 names on it. Su Zimo went forward and wrote his name on the steel. The moment he left his name, his final ranking in the elimination round was already decided. 68th. In his consciousness, the hell suppression tripod moved. The treasure of level 5 should be nearby. Su Zimo circled around the earth-ranking steel before retreating slowly. He looked up and suddenly frowned slightly. The gigantic steel was 100 feet tall, and at the 90 feet position, there were two names listed side by side. It was extremely striking and was above everyone else. One of them was Tai Hua. "What's with that?" Su Zimo pointed to the two names and asked. "They're all competitive and don't want their reputation to be inferior to others," Princess Scarlet Rainbow explained. Su Zimo harumphed coldly. "It's fine if it's anyone else, but is Immortal Tai Hua worthy?" Boom! Arriving before the earth-ranking steel, Su Zimo stomped heavily on the ground with a loud bang and the entire space shook. A figure rose from the ground and charged towards the peak of the earth-ranking steel. The loud bang attracted countless gazes and everyone looked at the rising figure in shock. What is he trying to do? Didn't he already leave his name on the earth ranking? Could Su Zimo be thinking of surpassing Feng Yin and Tai Hua's height of 90 feet? In the midst of their discussion, boom! Another loud bang sounded. At the highest point of the earth-ranking steel, a figure stood up slowly. His black hair danced as he looked down at the many cultivators in an unparalleled manner. Not only did Su Zimo surpass Feng Yin and Tai Hua, he even reached the peak of the earth-ranking steel and it rested beneath his feet. This. How is that possible? What a powerful burst! Everyone exclaimed. Even Feng Yin narrowed his eyes slightly with a hint of caution. Initially, he thought that Su Zimo was exhausted. To think that he could still release such a tremendous power. Although the grade 10 Green Lotus True Body was severely injured, his injuries were already much better when he returned and he still possessed an extremely powerful burst power. More importantly, the power of this space was based on the earth element. The element of the creation Green Lotus was wood. Wood countered earth, the Green Lotus True Body was much less affected by gravity in this space than the others. That was the reason why Su Zimo was able to reach the peak in a single leap. Su Zimo stood on the earth-ranking steel and shifted his gaze. Not far away, there was a fist-sized yellow mud that emitted a faint glow. In the square, perfected Immortal Xia Ling explained, this yellow mud is called the Saturn soil. It fell from Saturn and the power of the earth within is extremely pure. Although it looks like yellow mud, it's incomparably tough. If you refine an earth element dermic treasure and add a small handful of Saturn soil, the effect will increase significantly. Pausing for a moment, he smiled helplessly. Su Zimo's senses are way too sharp. All the treasures in the first 4 levels were snatched away by him. Naturally, this Saturn soil can't be hidden from him. There won't be any danger, right? Elder Zhong was worried. After all, in the previous 4 levels, it took a lot of effort to subdue those treasures. Su Zimo used many powerful trump cards and went through a lot of trouble. But now that Su Zimo had used up all his trump cards and was injured, it would be difficult to deal with things if another living being were to pop out. There's no danger. Xia Ling shook his head. Throughout history, no one has been able to jump to the top. There are no living beings born in the Saturn soil either. In other words, whoever could reach the top would naturally be able to take over the Saturn soil. Yunting smiled gently and suddenly asked, Your Highness Xia Ling, this is only level 5. Could there be these treasures in the later 4 levels as well? You mean to say? Xia Ling's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed. There were similar treasures in each level of the 9 heavens. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would expend a lot of energy to reach level 5. There were still ranking battles to be fought later on and naturally, no one would continue to ascend to level 6. No one would create trouble for themselves for no reason. However, the person inside was not an ordinary person. Right then, in the 9 heavens, Su Zimo picked up the Saturn soil and squatted down. After a long silence, he used the Saturn soil to carve 2 words at the highest point of the earth-ranking steel. It was the name of a person. When they saw that, the eyes of the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy reddened and they remained silent. The discussions in the square gradually calmed down as well and many cultivators had conflicted expressions. Dozens of cultivators in front of the earth-ranking steel raised their heads. At the highest point of the steel, another name appeared above Feng Yin and Tai Hua's names. It was the name of a fallen cultivator. Yi Fei. In Heaven and Earth Academy, Princess Scarlet Rainbow pouted her lips slightly and sniffled. She turned her head away and shed tears silently. Lu Ping recalled the scene of Yi Fei releasing the lifespan sacrifice art and breaking free from the seal as well and sighed gently. Yi Fei was dead. However, his name was left at the top of the earth-ranking steel, looking down on everyone. It was like a meteor streaking through the night sky. Although it was fleeting, it shone with an incomparably resplendent light. Chapter 2240 Blood for Blood. 2240 Blood for Blood. Level 5. Su Zimo stood up slowly and stood at the highest point of the earth-ranking steel. He put away the Saturn soil into his consciousness and it was devoured by the Hell suppression tripod rapidly. After devouring and refining this Saturn soil, Su Zimo could use the Jupiter wood obtained from level 4 for his own cultivation. The Hell suppression tripod could be repaired all the same and all 4 sacred souls could be awakened. Su Zimo looked in the direction of level 6 in silence. He could vaguely guess that if he continued ascending, a similar treasure might be hidden in level 6. However, given his current condition, it was truly not suitable for him to continue barging forth. That was unless he wanted to give up on the ranking battle and the fight for the top of the earth ranking completely. Killing Immortal Tai Hua at the end took a huge toll on him. The Green Lotus true body endured quite a blow against Immortal Tai Hua's supreme divine power as well. It was way too risky to continue ascending to level 6. Furthermore, today's matter was not over for him. 4 other Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were still in the 9 heavens. The reason why these people entered the 9 heavens was to join forces to kill him. However, they were not gathered together. Since he had already attacked, Su Zimo would not show mercy. Yi Fei's death triggered the killing intent in Su Zimo's heart completely. He wanted to annihilate the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. He wanted those 2 factions to be removed from the Earth ranking this time round. He wanted to embarrass the 2 factions completely. Suddenly, sensing something, Su Zimo's gaze shifted and he saw a figure speeding over from the distant horizon. From his attire, it was an execution guard of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Boom! Su Zimo leaped down from the highest point of the Earth ranking steel and landed heavily on the ground with a loud bang. Among the Earth execution guards of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, Lu Yu was considered as an expert among the commanders. However, his combat strength was ranked last in this group. Of course, even at the bottom, he had already reached level 5 as well and the Earth ranking steel was right before him. As long as he left his name on the Earth ranking steel, he could join forces with Tai Han and the Earth Immortals of Flying Immortal Sect to kill Su Zimo. I'm slightly slower. Who knows, Great Commander Tai Han and the others might have already killed Su Zimo. Lu Yu thought as he sprinted. Right then, he suddenly smelled a faint blood stench. Frowning, he looked over and saw more than 10 headless corpses strewn in front of the Earth ranking steel. They were all from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. How could this be? What happened? Lu Yu was shocked. Right then, his feet trembled as though the ground was shaking. Right on the heels of that, a loud bang sounded from the direction of the Earth ranking steel. Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat as he looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a green-robed cultivator walking over in huge strides, holding 18 heads that were still stained with blood in one hand with a torrential malevolent aura. Su Zimo? Pust. Suddenly, Lu Yu's expression changed. He could clearly see that the heads were all Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Even Tai Han and Immortal Tai Hua were among them. Great Commander Tai Han was dead. Even Immortal Tai Hua was dead. That piece of information was way too shocking and impactful for Lu Yu. For a moment, he could not accept it and could not react. In that few breaths, Su Zimo had already closed in. He did not abandon the 18 heads on his left hand and merely grabbed them with his palm. He extended his other palm and slapped down towards Lu Yu. That palm covered the skies and released an incomparably tragic and violent aura. Against that palm, Lu Yu's aura was gone and he was scared out of his wits. If it was a normal fight to the death, Lu Yu would not have ended up in such a state. But now, he was scared out of his wits when he saw the heads of Tai Han and Immortal Tai Hua in Su Zimo's hands. Even if he had 100% combat strength, he could not unleash 50%. Without time to activate his spirit consciousness or release his divine powers and immortal arts, Lu Yu could only raise his arms, wanting to grab Su Zimo's palm and turn to escape. Bang! When Su Zimo slapped Lu Yu's arms, there was a dull sound of defeat. Crack. Right on the heels of that, Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he exerted strength and pushed down with one hand. Die. Su Zimo hollered with unparalleled might like a god that had descended to the mortal world. Lu Yu's arms were snapped by Su Zimo's palm. Lu Yu was unlike Tai Han, who possessed the reaction and methods to be able to raise his head to dodge. The tremendous force crushed down and Su Zimo slapped Lu Yu on the head. With a bang, brain juice and blood splattered everywhere. Through the skull, Lu Yu's essence spirit was shattered by Su Zimo's palm. He killed an earth execution guard with a single hand and one palm strike. Using his palm like a saber, Su Zimo slit Lu Yu's throat and cut off the massive head, holding it in his hands. When the cultivators beside the earth-ranking steel saw that, they were relatively calm and their expressions did not change much. After all, compared to the scene of Su Zimo being surrounded by Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and the other 16 Earth Immortals earlier on, this was nothing. However, in the square, Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea finally could not help but stand up with furious expressions. Isn't Heaven and Earth Academy way too ruthless? Heaven Immortal White Sea raised his arm and pointed his folding fan at the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy, saying hatefully, "We've already lost this battle. Why is this lad bent on wiping us out? Wiping you guys out?" Elder Zhong sneered, "Let me ask you, if Su Zimo is in your hands right now, will he still be alive?" Elder He had an unfriendly expression as well as he said coldly, "White Sea, don't forget that Flying Immortal Sect and the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom were the ones who attacked first and killed first. No matter how our Academy disciples retaliate, your two factions will have to endure it." Prince Yuanzhua turned to look at perfected Immortal Xia Ling and cupped his fists. "Your Highness, Su Zimo is so violent and murderous. How is he different from a fiend cultivator? In my opinion, there's a high chance that this lad is a spy from the fiend domain who infiltrated the divine firmament immortal domain." Tui. Yun Ting had just drunk a mouthful of strong wine and spat it out, scolding, "Yuanzhua, you're truly shameless. You're resorting to slander now after you failed to defeat him." Heaven Immortal White Sea took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness Ye Ling, I suggest that we move this lad out of the 9 heavens lest he goes on a killing spree within." Xia Ling shook his head with an indifferent expression. "This is the elimination round of the 9 heavens, life and death battles are allowed. Earlier on, when your two factions joined forces to attack a disciple of the Academy, I did not interfere. Now, if this Academy disciple wants to kill everyone, I won't stop him either. An eye for an eye, blood for blood until the elimination round is finally over." Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea were helpless and could only give up and sit back down. Chapter 2241, 2241 Ranking Battle. 2241 Ranking Battle. As time passed by, the names on the Earth ranking steel increased. As for Su Zimo, he guarded this place. The remaining 3 Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect did not manage to escape and were killed by him in the 9 heavens. Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea could only watch helplessly. At that moment, all 22 peak Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were annihilated without exception. Earth Immortals, even the strongest Earth Immortals, were nothing to these two factions. In Flying Immortal Sect, Earth Immortals were only outer sect disciples. In the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, they were only Earth Execution Guards. The loss of more than 20 people was nothing to the two factions. It could not even amount to a single strand of hair. However, the impact on the reputation of the two factions was immeasurable. The two factions joined forces with a reincarnated immortal in the fray but were killed by a single person and removed from the Earth ranking. Before long, the news would spread through the entire divine firmament mainland and cause a huge stir. In fact, for a long time to come, it would become the topic of discussion for many cultivators in Divine Firmament mainland. Prince Yuan Zhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea would be regarded as failures. Naturally, the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect would be implicated as well. Although the elimination round was still ongoing, many cultivators in the square were no longer interested. Everyone merely looked up occasionally to see whose name was added to the stele. Most of them were still excited, immersed in what was probably the most earth-shaking Earth Immortal battle earlier on. Su Zimo from the Academy has truly become famous after a single battle. That's right. It doesn't matter even if he doesn't have to take part in the ranking battle next. Even the top of the Earth ranking this time round won't be able to cover his glory. For many cultivators, the fight for the Earth ranking was purely for fame. Su Zimo had already obtained enough treasures in the 9 heavens this time round. Now, he was renowned through a shocking battle. To everyone, it no longer mattered whether Su Zimo continued to take part in the ranking battle. Another 2 hours passed. Apart from Immortal Tai Hua and the others who died, there were already 100 Earth Immortals on the Earth ranking stele. This also meant that the elimination round of the Earth ranking was officially over. Perfected Immortal Xia Ling stood up slowly and his glabella shone. His hands changed continuously in midair and released true essence divine lights that entered the mirror in the firmaments. The scenes reflected in the firmaments gradually dissipated. Thereafter, a gigantic crack appeared in the void and countless figures fell out like fishes. Many cultivators controlled their bodies and returned to the Yen-Yang Palace, feeling as though a lifetime had passed. More than 100,000 Earth Immortals died in the elimination round. The other cultivators descended one after another and returned to their sections. Under the control of Xia Ling's spirit consciousness, the 100 cultivators on the Earth ranking stele hovered in midair above the square and were watched by everyone. The 100 cultivators were arranged in a vertical row according to the ranking of the elimination round. Their leader was the number 1 of the elimination round, Feng Yin. The first is Feng Yin, as was predicted. Strange, the second is Yufeng of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect? The third is Princess Scarlet Rainbow? Where's Immortal Tai Hua? Most of the Earth Immortals who participated in the elimination round had just come out of the 9 heavens and did not know what happened in level 5. Tai Han and Qing Chunzi aren't in the top 10 either. What's going on? Pust. Who is that? Why is he carrying so many heads? An Earth Immortal exclaimed when he saw Su Zimo, who was ranked 68th. The 22 blood-stained heads had their long hairs intertwined into a bundle that was held in the hands of a refined cultivator in green robes. It looked extremely shocking. Some Earth Immortals focused their gazes and saw the heads of Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and the others that they mentioned earlier on. What happened? The Earth Immortals were shocked. A cultivator of the same sect beside them had long recounted the battle that broke out in level 5 in a low voice. Instantly, the square was noisy. Piak! 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 A round of applause sounded from the banquet as Yun Ting stood up slowly and declared, Su Zimo, you did not disappoint me indeed. I did not come for nothing this time round. Good kills, that was an enjoyable battle. Remember the challenge between us. I'll be waiting for you on the heaven ranking. Yun Ting burst into laughter and was prepared to leave. He had already achieved his goal for this trip and was unwilling to stay here any longer. The ranking battle is about to begin. Aren't you going to continue watching, Prince Yun Ting? Xia Ling asked with a smile. There's nothing to see. Yun Ting waved it off. Even without the ranking battle, there's only a single person worthy of being at the top of the Earth ranking this time round. Yun Ting did not say it explicitly, but everyone could tell who he was referring to. In everyone's heart, they had already made their own judgment as well. In that battle, Su Zimo killed 18 Earth Immortals single-handedly, including the extremely famous Immortal Tai Hua, Taihan and other Earth Immortal experts. He was indeed worthy of the title of the top of the Earth ranking. Xia Ling smiled gently. No matter what, according to the rules, the ranking battle has to be carried out. Only the number 1 of the ranking battle is the top of the Earth ranking. Heaven Immortal Green Peak added, there are many methods available to Earth Immortals in a fight. In the 9 heavens, their combat strength is restricted and they can't unleash their full strength. That battle can't prove anything. Feng Yin was from Imperial Wind Temple. Naturally, he was unwilling to give in when he saw that the reputation and glory of the top of the Earth ranking was about to be snatched away by Su Zimo. Furthermore, beside the Earth ranking steel, Su Zimo patted Mo Qian on the shoulder as though he was teaching a child a lesson. That made Heaven Immortal Green Peak very uncomfortable and he would not let Su Zimo be too smug. Yunting pouted and ignored Heaven Immortal Green Peak. Everyone naturally had their own standards and he could not be bothered to argue with them. Yunting stood up and was about to leave when his gaze shifted to the seats of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. He mocked, Yuanzhua, White Sea, what are the two of you still doing here? It's none of your business. Prince Yuanzhua replied coldly. The two of them had ugly expressions. If they could attack Yunting, they would have torn him into pieces long ago. Yunting pouted and shook his head. The Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect have already been removed from the Earth ranking. Aren't you guys embarrassed enough? Instead of scampering away, you're still going to stay here? Our people are indeed dead, but the cultivators of other sects and factions are still on the Earth ranking. Heaven Immortal White Sea harumphed coldly. Since you said that Su Zimo is the top of the Earth ranking, let's see what he has to work with. Everyone knew that Su Zimo had expended a lot of energy using all his trump cards in the Battle of the 9 Heavens. Coupled with the fact that he was injured, he would definitely not be able to fight for a spot on the Earth ranking. At the very least, Su Zimo would not be able to get through Feng Yin. Feng Yin had arrived at the Earth ranking steel a long time ago and had been conserving his energy. He had long recovered to his peak condition. As for Su Zimo, he was already exhausted after consecutive battles. In that regard, the difference between them was way too great. Chapter 2242, 2242 I'm going to do it. 2242 I'm going to do it. After pondering for a moment, Elder Zhong stood out and cupped his fists towards Xia Ling, Your Highness, too many changes have happened in the elimination round of the Earth ranking. 18 peak Earth Immortals joined forces to attack a disciple of our academy, causing him to expend too much energy and severely affect his combat strength. I suggest that the ranking battle be postponed for a day. That will be more fair. Elder, he added hurriedly, that's right. No. Prince Yuanzhua was the first to stand out and sneered, what kind of a joke is this? Who doesn't exhaust themselves in the elimination round? You want to change the rules just for a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy? That's right. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said in a deep voice as well, the ranking battle is about to begin after the elimination round. The goal is to not give these Earth Immortals any time to rest. Otherwise, there's no meaning to the ranking of the elimination round. If anything happens in the elimination round, that's also a part of the fight for the Earth ranking. We can't change the rules just because of a single change. Cultivators of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were both dead. Naturally, Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea were unwilling to see Su Zimo obtain the top of the Earth ranking. Heaven Immortal Green Peak represented Imperial Wind Temple and was unwilling to give in. He could also tell that if Su Zimo rested for a day and recovered to his peak condition, Feng Yin might not be his match. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy looked at perfected immortal Xia Ling. After all, Xia Ling was the person in charge of the 10,000-year meet and had the right to make the decision. After a moment of silence, Xia Ling looked at the Elders of Heaven and Earth Academy and shook his head apologetically. As fellow Taoists Yuan Zhua and Green Peak said, since the rules have been set, they can't be changed casually. Otherwise, the rules will be meaningless. The Elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were not surprised by this outcome either. After all, logically, the rules of the 10,000-year meet could not be changed just to accommodate a single disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy. When they stood out to fight for it earlier on, they merely gave it a shot with a sliver of hope. Since that's the case. Elder Zhong looked at Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, "Zimo, withdraw from the ranking battle for the Earth ranking this time round. There's no need to continue fighting." Elder Zhong, don't worry. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent. Since I'm taking part in the Earth ranking competition, I won't withdraw at the last minute. The reason why he wanted to obtain the top of the Earth ranking was not because of reputation. It was because the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom would give the richest rewards to the top of the Earth ranking. Among them, there were many precious cultivation resources such as the Essence Spirit Liquid and rare elixirs such as the Parasol Tree Elixir. He could even enter the palace of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom and choose a cultivation technique or secret skill to cultivate as well as obtain a dermic treasure from the armory in the palace. Those rewards were a huge boost for Su Zimo. Right now, he was at the peak of a Grade 8 Earth Immortal. If nothing went wrong, he would be able to break through to Grade 9 soon. If he digested those rewards, he might be able to cross a major cultivation realm from a Grade 9 Earth Immortal to the Heaven Essence realm in a short period of time and become a Heaven Immortal. If he wanted to fight against Yunting on the Heaven ranking, he had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. He would definitely not give up on any opportunities that he could encounter. Prince Yuanzhua heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier on, he was worried that Su Zimo would withdraw from the fight for the Earth ranking because of the persuasion of the Heaven and Earth Academy elders. At that moment, he was finally relieved. Su Zimo, I'll wait here and see how you end up in a crushing defeat. Prince Yuanzhua sneered. Is that so? Su Zimo glanced at Prince Yuanzhua indifferently. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. I'm definitely going to get the top of the Earth ranking. When he heard that, Feng Yin could not help but laugh and shake his head gently. If Su Zimo was in his peak condition, he would not dare to claim victory. Now that the difference in their conditions was so great, could he not suppress a Grade 8 Earth Immortal whose essence spirit was weak and essence chi was depleted? All right. Xia Ling nodded slightly with a look of admiration. Since no one has any issues, the ranking battle will begin now. Prince Yunting, Su Zimo is prepared to fight for the top of the Earth ranking. Are you still leaving in advance? Xia Ling asked with a smile. I've already said that there's nothing to see. Yunting shrugged his shoulders gently. Even if Feng Yin wins in the end, in my heart, Su Zimo will still be the top of the Earth ranking. Su Zimo, it's fine if you lose. However, you have to survive. Remember the challenge between us. Yunting added and turned to leave, turning into a sword beam that disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Actually, Yunting also felt that there was no doubt about this battle and Su Zimo had no chance. That was the reason why he said that earlier on. Su Zimo's problem was not only his condition, but also his many trump cards that had been used up in advance and had yet to recover. This battle was unfair to begin with. Your Highness, does Mr. Su have a chance of winning? Su Xiaotian asked softly with a worried expression. Xia Qingcheng pondered for a long time before shaking his head gently. If Brother Su is up against ordinary opponents, he should be able to win given his melee combat strength. However, if he wants to fight for the top of the Earth ranking, he'll definitely have to deal with Feng Yin. He most likely won't stand a chance. Pausing for a moment, he continued, furthermore, the rules of the ranking battle are extremely advantageous for the number 1 of the elimination round. What do you mean? Su Xiaotian asked. Xia Qingqing said, "The rules of the ranking battle are extremely simple. There will be a total of 7 rounds to determine the top of the Earth ranking. In the first round, the first place is up against the 100th place, the second is up against the 99th, so on and so forth. As the 68th, Brother Su will be up against the 33rd. In the second round, 50 people will remain and they will continue fighting in pairs. The first against the 50th, the second against the 49th, and so on and so forth. In the third round, 25 people will remain. 24 people will fight in pairs and there will be 1 empty spot. The empty spot will be reserved for the number 1 of the elimination round, Feng Yin." Su Xiaotian understood and came to a realization. In other words, Feng Yin will get more time to rest and less combat. That's right. Xia Qingqing nodded and continued, "By the 4th round, there will be another empty spot among the remaining 13 people. The empty spot this time round will still be reserved for the number 1 of the elimination round. In the 5th round, among the remaining 7 people, the empty spot will still belong to Feng Yin. In other words, in the 7 rounds, Feng Yin will get the chance to rest for 3 rounds." Su Xiaotian had a worried expression. As such, while one party was fighting with others, the other party was resting. The difference between them would only increase. However, a one-on-one fight is only to determine the victor. How will the ranking be determined? Su Xiaotian asked again. Xia Qingqing said, "The 3 immortal kingdoms and 4 immortal sects will each send a heaven immortal expert to judge the standard of the losers and eventually determine their ranking." Chapter 2243, 2243 A Divine / 2243 A Divine / In order to determine the final ranking of the Earth ranking, the 100 Earth Immortal experts were divided to fight at the same time for 7 rounds. That was the most efficient and reasonable rule. It could prevent paragons and monster incarnates with top combat strength from encountering one another in advance and resulting in one of them being eliminated. That would result in a less accurate ranking. It was difficult for the first and second of the elimination round to meet in the first few rounds. Xia Ling tapped his finger gently and true essence surged into the ground in the middle of the square. Boom! 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 Right in front of everyone, in the middle of the spacious square, 50 square green stones rose slowly and hovered in midair. The green stones were flat and gigantic, more than enough to be used as a battlefield for Earth Immortals to fight. Everyone, prepare yourselves. According to the corresponding numbers on the green stone battlefield, you can enter the battlefield. Xia Ling declared. There was a number in the middle of every single green stone. The number 1 was the first battlefield where the first and 100th ranking Earth Immortals of the elimination round would fight. Su Zimo's ranking was 68 and he was fighting against the Earth Immortal ranked 33 on the 33rd green stone battlefield. Coincidentally, his opponent was someone from the Shui clan who he had fought on the long street in the capital previously, Do Yuan. Figures leaped up one after another and arrived on the green stone battlefield. The battle was about to begin. There aren't many rules and restrictions for cultivators in the ranking battle. You can use dermic treasures, talismans and elixirs. You can also fight to the death. Xia Ling said in a deep voice, however, if the other party leaves the green stone, you can't chase them anymore. Many cultivators had long known about this. If anyone were to attack after their opponents left the range of the green stone, many heaven immortals present, including Xia Ling, could stop them at any moment. Let the ranking battle of the Earth ranking officially begin. When Xia Ling saw that the 100 Earth Immortals were already present on the green stone battlefield, he hollered. Boom! 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 Clang! 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 The moment Xia Ling said that, a huge battle broke out on the green stone battlefield. The sound of divine powers and dermic treasures colliding was deafening. Although it was a ranking battle, it was also an elimination round. Anyone who lost a single round would no longer have a chance to advance to the second round. Therefore, none of the cultivators dared to hold back. The moment the battle broke out, victory was already decided on one of the battlefields. The first battlefield. Feng Yin sent the rank 100th Earth Immortal down from the green stone battlefield with a single move, and the other party did not even have time to react. Feng Yin's movement technique was shockingly fast. The spectators were not surprised at all and nodded to themselves. Many cultivators shifted their gazes towards the 33rd battlefield instead of the second and third battlefields. The two people on the battlefield did not fight right away. Dou Yuan cupped his fists first. Fellow Daoist Su, my combat strength is definitely inferior to yours. However, the ranking has to be calculated no matter the outcome. I can only fight with my full strength. Please forgive me. Dou Yuan had witnessed that earth-shaking battle in the 9 heavens personally as well. He knew very well that if Su Zimo was in his peak condition, he would not be a match for Su Zimo at all. But now, he had a chance of winning. Come on. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent. Although he knew that Su Zimo was in a weak state, Dou Yuan did not dare to be careless. He swiped his storage bag and withdrew his destiny dermic treasure right away. A cold saber was in his hands. There were mysterious patterns etched on the saber, and its aura was sharp and powerful. Connate Earth-grade dermic treasure. Almost every Earth Immortal qualified to take part in the ranking battle had a Connate Earth-grade dermic treasure in their hands. Some Earth Immortals with extraordinary backgrounds that came from heaven-grade sects and factions might even have more than one. For example, Princess Scarlet Rainbow had 3 Connate Earth-grade dermic treasures alone. 2 of them were from the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom and 1 of them was from Heaven and Earth Academy. At the same time that Dou Yuan summoned his destiny dermic treasure, he crushed a protection talisman and instantly formed a protective barrier filled with runes around him. Boom! The moment he did that, Su Zimo stomped on the ground and the green stone shook. Dou Yuan heard a loud bang. The next moment, Su Zimo had already closed in. Even without using any movement techniques or secret skills, the speed released by his physique was extremely terrifying. Swoosh! With a calm expression, Dou Yuan hollered and raised the saber in his hands, slashing down at Su Zimo. That slash was extremely powerful and released an unparalleled aura. At the same time, the patterns on the saber lit up and shone with an incomparably resplendent light, illuminating Su Zimo's eyes like a blazing sun. The saber was called the Blind Saber. The patterns on the saber were activated with essence chi and would shine with a blinding light the moment blows were exchanged. If the opponent was caught off guard, they would be blinded for a short period of time. However, the Green Lotus True Body's 5 senses were way too strong. Furthermore, Su Zimo had fused 2 divine stones in his eyes. The light of the blind saber had no effect on him at all. Su Zimo did not even move his eyelids. He merely raised his palm casually and coiled, trembled and yanked the blind saber. Buzz! The blind saber trembled endlessly, as though it was crying. Dou Yuan was alarmed and felt a sharp pain in his palm. He could not hold on to the blind saber any longer and it was snatched away by Su Zimo's bare hands. Swoosh! After snatching the saber, Su Zimo slashed in reverse. Splash! The flash of the saber beam was majestic, as though furious tides had struck the shore or a tsunami was surging. It was bedazzling. Dou Yuan could no longer see the saber or Su Zimo. There was only a tsunami that was 1,000 feet tall with a terrifying might. It let out a series of roars and charged over fiercely, colliding against him. Boom! 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 Before one wave was over, another rose and the tsunami surged continuously. Not only did Dou Yuan lose his sight, even his 5 senses had been reduced to their limits. It was as though he was in an endless torrential wave. Even if he had countless divine powers and secret skills, he had no choice but to float with the wave. Such a saber technique is truly amazing. To think that this academy disciple would have such a move. I've never heard of any high-quality saber techniques in the academy. A divine slash. The person was referring to how the power of that single slash was comparable to a divine power. Gasps could be heard from both sides of the spectator area. However, Dou Yuan could not hear any of those sounds. Piak. Suddenly, Dou Yuan jolted awake. The turbid tides before him vanished completely, as though everything was an illusion. As for him, he had already fallen from the green stone battlefield and landed on the ground. Unknowingly, the protection talisman on his body had already shattered. He had lost. There was no doubt about it. Clang! Right then, a cold light flashed and entered the ground in front of him. Su Zimo tossed away the blind saber casually and threw it in front of him. Sigh. Dou Yuan had a conflicted expression as he withdrew his blind saber and cupped his fists towards Su Zimo. Thank you for showing mercy, fellow Daoist. With that said, Dou Yuan returned to his seat. Chapter 2244, 2244 Victory without a fight. 2244 Victory without a fight. Su Zimo returned to his seat and rested as well. The 36-time sabers coupled with fleeting moment to kill Immortal Tai Hua had expended too much of Su Zimo's essence spirit. The gap between the elimination round and ranking battle was too short. Although the Green Lotus True Body's regeneration speed was shocking, he could not recover much. He could only make use of every opportunity and trivial time to rest as much as possible and recover his essence chi. Of the 50 green stone battlefields, Feng Yin and Su Zimo ended their combat the fastest. Most of the cultivators were still fighting intensely on the battlefield. Su Zimo took a rough look. If nothing went wrong, at least 15 people from Heaven and Earth Academy would win in the first round. Among them was Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping. Lu Ping's opponent was from Imperial Wind Temple and his movement technique was extremely fast. The person surrounded Lu Ping, wanting to make use of his movement technique advantage to get rid of the latter as soon as possible. However, Lu Ping was reborn through assimilation and underwent a complete transformation. Just by standing on the spot, he could deal with his opponents with the few willow branches conjured on his head. Su Zimo could tell that Lu Ping was not familiar with the control of this body's power yet. If he were to fuse perfectly with this body, this Earth Immortal of Imperial Wind Temple would definitely not be a match for him. As time passed by, the first round of the ranking battle ended and 50 Earth Immortals were eliminated. The Heaven Immortal experts of the 3 Immortal Kingdoms and 7 Immortal sects would decide the ranking of the 50 Earth Immortals. Those 50 people could only be ranked in the bottom 50 of the Earth ranking. However, the exact ranking was judged by 7 people. Without giving the victorious Earth Immortals any time to rest, the second round of the ranking battle began immediately. There were only 25 green stones left in midair. On the first battlefield, Feng Yin still defeated his opponent at the fastest speed. Although he attacked 3 times, it was less than a breath. After Su Zimo defeated Dou Yuan, his ranking was replaced and he was now ranked 33rd. This time round, his opponent was a fellow Heaven and Earth Academy cultivator ranked 18th. Junior brother Su, I admit defeat for this battle. The Earth Immortal of the Academy smiled gently and admitted defeat automatically, withdrawing from the battle. Thank you, senior brother Xiang. Su Zimo expressed his thanks. Automatically admitting defeat was equivalent to being eliminated directly and would have a negative impact on one's ranking on the Earth ranking. Of the 25 people eliminated in the second round, the 7 Heaven Immortal experts would tacitly agree to rank them last. The Academy disciples' intentions were clear, he wanted Su Zimo to get as much time to rest as possible. Junior brother Su, I should be the one thanking you. The person smiled. If not for your earth-shaking battle, our academy disciples would have lost all face this time round. Junior brother Su, we're all looking forward to your final battle. With that said, he leaped down from the green stone. Su Zimo retreated as well and continued to recuperate, conserving his energy. Before long, the third round of the ranking battle began. In the third round of the ranking battle, 25 people advanced and Feng Yin had a free pass. The remaining 24 people fought in pairs. Feng Yin ended his battles quickly in the first 2 rounds without much effort. At that moment, he sat at the table calmly and watched the 9th battlefield with a relaxed expression. Su Zimo won the second round and was ranked 18th. His opponent in the third round was the 9th Earth Immortal. The Earth Immortal could be considered as an acquaintance as well. Mo Qian of Imperial Wind Temple. When Mo Qian saw that his opponent was Su Zimo, he had an awkward expression and smiled bitterly. Fellow Daoist Su, we meet again. Mo Qian cupped his fists and smiled embarrassedly. I'm definitely not as strong as you, fellow Daoist. I'll choose to concede as well. Before Mo Qian could finish, his expression changed. He stood on the green stone with a conflicted expression before sighing helplessly. Fellow Daoist Su, this concerns the ranking of the Earth ranking after all. I can only fight with all my might. Please show mercy, fellow Daoist Su. Su Zimo glanced sideways in the direction of Imperial Wind Temple and understood. From the looks of it, Mo Qian had clearly received a voice transmission from a cultivator of Imperial Wind Temple. It was most likely Heaven Immortal Green Peak who forbade him from withdrawing from the fight. That was easy to understand. The goal of Heaven Immortal Green Peak was to exhaust Su Zimo as much as possible without any time to rest and fight for a higher chance of winning for Feng Yin. Come on. Su Zimo's expression was calm. Swoosh. In a flash, Mo Qian touched his storage bag and withdrew a sword as thin as a cicada's wings, piercing toward Su Zimo. A gentle breeze blew and the sword beam converged. The combination of the sword and sword technique complemented one another and was almost integrated into the wind. It was already difficult to detect with just the 5 senses. Su Zimo closed his eyes. Suddenly, he struck like lightning and extended 2 fingers, clamping them in the void not far away. Between his 2 fingers, a sword that was as thin as cicada wings appeared. Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his eyes and his gaze intensified. He strode forward and condensed his finger sword, piercing towards Mo Qian's glabella with a sharp aura and a shocking killing intent. That was the opening stance of the Heaven-Slaying Sword art. He had released the Heaven-Slaying Sword art extremely early on. Although he had yet to recover completely, his finger sword was sharp with an unstoppable killing intent. Under that terrifying killing intent, the scene of Su Zimo fighting against 18 peak Earth Immortals in the 9 heavens suddenly flashed through Mo Qian's mind. The bloody battlefield seemed to flash before his eyes as headless corpses scattered around. He could almost see a familiar face among the bloodied heads that Su Zimo was holding in his left hand. It was his face. Arg! Mo Qian was scared out of his wits. Without hesitation, he released Imperial Wind Temple's divine powers and secret skills and turned to flee. Swoosh! A streak of light flashed and Mo Qian had already leaped down from the green stone. It was so fast that even Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. It had to be said that Imperial Wind Temple was indeed outstanding in terms of movement technique. If that was the case, even though Mo Qian's combat strength was not considered top tier in Imperial Wind Temple, Feng Yin was definitely even stronger. Trash! Heaven Immortal Green Peak could not help but curse when he saw that. A series of chuckles sounded from both sides of the spectator area as well. However, there was not much mockery in those laughter. That was because everyone knew that even if they were in Mo Qian's position, none of them might be stronger than him. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. If Mo Qian were to make use of his movement technique to fight him, it would indeed take him some effort to win. However, he had already scared Mo Qian out of his wits back in the 9 heavens. Right now, he did not release the heaven-slaying sword Qi. He merely released his edge to scare Mo Qian off and won without having to fight. After the 3rd round of the ranking battle, Su Zimo was now ranked 9th. The next battle would be even more difficult. Su Zimo rested at the spectator area while paying attention to the battlefield. Unexpectedly, his next opponent would Be Yunlei or the latter's opponent. No matter who it was, a tough battle would be inevitable at that time. Chapter 2245, 2245 12 Heavenly Thunders. 2245 12 Heavenly Thunders. Initially, Prince Yunlei was ranked 9th on the Earth ranking stele. Because Su Zimo killed Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and Qing Chenzi, his ranking was raised to 6th. In the 3rd round, Prince Yunlei's opponent was a rank 21st Earth Immortal from the Yan-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Although the combat strength of this Earth Immortal was rather extraordinary, he was clearly weaker than Prince Yunlei. After watching for a while, Su Zimo had already deduced that his opponent in the 4th round would be Prince Yunlei. From the 4th round on, apart from Feng Yin, there were only 12 people left. The 12 Earth Immortals could be considered as true monster incarnates among Earth Immortals. What was worth mentioning was that in Heaven and Earth Academy, apart from Su Zimo who advanced to the 4th round, Princess Scarlet Rainbow defeated her opponent without any doubt and was still ranked 3rd. After assimilation, Lu Ping's body was reconstructed and he underwent a complete transformation. He advanced all the way and entered the 4th round, temporarily ranking 10th as one of the top 12 Earth Immortals. In Heaven and Earth Academy, 3 Earth Immortals entered the top 12. This was also the best record in history for Heaven and Earth Academy. If Su Zimo's sudden appearance was the most shocking, Lu Ping's rise was the most enviable and mysterious of fate. This was the effect of opportunities. With just an opportunity, Lu Ping went from an ordinary disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy who could not enter the Earth ranking to a dazzling monster incarnate of the Earth Immortal realm. His fate was completely changed and his future was limitless. Before long, the 3rd round of ranking battle ended and the 4th round began. Feng Yin was still given a free pass. In the 6th battlefield, Prince Yunlei was up against Su Zimo. Fellow Daoist Su, we didn't have the chance to fight at the Immortal Sect selection 1,000 years ago. Today, I've fulfilled a load on my mind. Prince Yunlei said with a conflicted expression. 1,000 years ago, he participated in the Immortal Sect selection with Su Zimo but was outshone by the latter. It was also because the pressure of facing Su Zimo was too great that he changed his mind at the last minute and joined Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. From time to time, Prince Yunlei still thought about the matter and worked diligently on his cultivation, wanting to compete with Su Zimo on the Earth ranking. However, the battle in the 9 heavens shocked him way too much. Prince Yunlei knew in his heart that this battle was completely unfair to Su Zimo. If it was a fair fight, even 20 of him would not be a match for Su Zimo. This concerns the ranking of the Earth ranking. I'll do my best. I hope you understand, fellow Daoist Su. Prince Yunlei cupped his fists. It's fine, just attack. Su Zimo still had a calm expression and gaze. Prince Yunlei channeled his essence spirit and the essence qi in his body surged. Beams of resplendent lightning appeared on his body and coiled around him like snakes as his aura rose continuously. Dark clouds filled the square and rumbled, emanating a tremendous pressure that was suffocating. Instantly, the skies darkened. I heard that when Prince Yunlei was born, the sound of instant thunder reverberated through the world. He is innately acquainted with the power of thunder and cultivated many thunder cultivation techniques and secret skills with terrifying killing power. That's right. If not for the appearance of Prince Yunting later on, who was even more terrifying, Prince Yunlei would have been the #1 paragon of the Xian Immortal Kingdom's younger generation. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled and the skies darkened, enveloping the Yanyang Palace as though the apocalypse had arrived. Up till this point of the ranking battle, this was the first time a universal phenomenon descended due to the attack of an Earth Immortal. Su Zimo raised his head slightly and looked at the lightning that filled the firmaments. A strange glint flashed through his eyes as he murmured softly, "Thunder." Bang! Suddenly, Yunlei opened his mouth and released a sound domain secret skill. The secret skill resonated with the thunder in the firmaments and created an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation that struck Su Zimo. At the same time, Yunlei released his visual technique. A thunderbolt tore through the dark void and descended before Su Zimo. Sound domain secret skills and visual techniques descended almost at the same time. Kill! Su Zimo hollered as well and released the secret skill, Thunderclap Kill, to negate the power of Yunlei's sound domain secret skill. At the same time, he conjured hand seals with both hands and channeled his essence spirit. His hands seemed to be gripping a gigantic spear as he stabbed into the void. Buzz! An incomparably blinding light burst forth from the void, illuminating the world like daylight. In fact, even the dark clouds in the firmaments were torn apart by the resplendent light, revealing cracks that shone. 9 Firmament Instant Thunder. At the spectator area, Xia Ling exclaimed. As though he thought of something, Prince Yuan's expression darkened and suddenly turned extremely terrible. That was Feng Xantian's secret skill. He had long known that Feng Cantian was related to Su Zimo. To think that even that terrifying secret skill was imparted to Su Zimo. Back when Feng Cantian was at his peak, this secret skill alone blinded a perfected immortal at the 9 Firmament meet. That was also the reason why an immortal king granted this secret skill its name, 9 Firmament Instant Thunder, in a stroke of emotional inspiration. Although Prince Yunlei's visual technique was strong, it melted instantly against the envelopment of the resplendent light like a blazing sun striking ice and snow. It could not defend against it at all. Yunlei's eyes stung as well. In that instant, he felt a violent and savage aura surge towards him. It was like an ancient ferocious beast that was filled with a tragic blood stench, as though it wanted to rip him into two. This is bad. Prince Yunlei's heart skipped a beat as he realized that Su Zimo had already closed in. He had witnessed how terrifying Su Zimo was in melee combat and knew that he had no chance of winning in melee combat. Crack! Prince Yunlei released his thunder escape technique and transformed into a streak of lightning. Instantly, he vanished from the spot and retreated, distancing himself from Su Zimo. At the same time, Prince Yunlei channeled his essence spirit to its limits and conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands, letting out thunderous sounds. Divine Firmament Heavenly Thunder. 5 Elements Heavenly Thunder. Wind Heavenly Thunder. Rain Heavenly Thunder. Cloud Heavenly Thunder. Torrential Heavenly Thunder. Ice Heavenly Thunder. Sound Heavenly Thunder. Sandstorm Heavenly Thunder. Food Heavenly Thunder. Fiend Suppression Heavenly Thunder. Ghost Devouring Heavenly Thunder. 12 Heavenly Thunder Dermic arts were released in the blink of an eye and instantly, the world changed. There was heavy rain, hailstorms that blanketed the skies, torrents that surged over, wild winds that sent sand and rocks flying, malevolent ghosts that roared out of cages and fiend celestials that were faintly visible. Countless phenomenons filled the world and every single phenomenon contained an endless power of thunder that blanketed the skies in all directions. Pust. 12 Heavenly Thunders. Prince Yunlei sure is capable. A series of exclamations sounded from both sides of the spectator area. The power of thunder was the most lethal. Every single heavenly thunder possessed immense power. Now that 12 heavenly thunders were released at the same time, it was absolutely devastating. Chapter 2246, 2246 Thunder Palm. 2246 Thunder Palm. If Su Zimo was in his peak condition and had yet to use his trump cards, he would naturally be able to neutralize the 12 heavenly thunders. But now, supreme divine powers are probably the only way to defend against the combined might of those 12 heavenly thunders. Why hasn't Su Zimo attacked yet? Is he prepared to give up and admit defeat? A commotion broke out in the crowd. The 12 heavenly thunders blanketed the skies and rumbled over. Su Zimo stood motionlessly on the green stone. Against the terrifying and vast attack, his figure looked a little frail and could be devoured at any moment. On the other side, Prince Yunlei's face was pale and his gaze was dim. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that Su Zimo seemed to have given up on resisting. The release of the 12 heavenly thunders at the same time consumed too much of the power of his essence spirit, and his essence spirit was almost on the brink of collapse. However, Yunlei felt uneasy when he looked at Su Zimo's face. That face was way too calm. There was no panic or fear in the face of such an attack, only calmness. Furthermore, Su Zimo's eyes shone with a glint of anticipation and eagerness. Boom! 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 The 12 heavenly thunders descended and struck Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. With a bright gaze, he channeled the bone-strengthening section of the Void Thunder Manual with all his might and channeled electricity into his body, using the 12 heavenly thunders to refine his bones. That action was way too crazy. For others, it was unimaginable. However, Su Zimo was confident. He possessed the grade 10 Green Lotus true body and his physique was unparalleled. His life force was exuberant and he believed that even the 12 heavenly thunders could not destroy his life force. He was confident in the Void Thunder Manual as well. He believed that the dermic formulation created by the Thunder Emperor was enough to subdue the 12 heavenly thunders for his own use. Nobody could imagine that Su Zimo would make use of his opponent's thunderous killing methods to temper his body and bone strengthening in the earth-ranking battle. Heavy rain, hail, fiend celestials, malevolent ghosts, flying sand. All sorts of completely different powers struck the Green Lotus true body continuously. However, when they surged into his body, they were refined and subdued by the Void Thunder Manual, turning into runes that stimulated his bones continuously. The power of thunder on the bones of the Green Lotus true body intensified and shone with resplendent electric arcs. His marrow flowed and even let out rumbling thunder. Thunder bone strengthening and marrow cleansing. Against the destructive 12 heavenly thunders, Su Zimo's life force did not weaken. Instead, it intensified. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. Disbelief filled the faces of many cultivators. Thunder represented killing and the destruction of everything. However, it also contained life. The sound of spring thunder revived everything. The 12 heavenly thunders were like the first sound of thunder of spring and triggered the life force in the Green Lotus true body completely. In the 9 heavens, Su Zimo was severely injured after defending against a supreme divine power of Immortal Tai Hua. Although the Green Lotus true body was healing continuously, it had not recovered completely. Now, with the help of the 12 heavenly thunders, Su Zimo was bathed in lightning. His bones buzzed and trembled, his marrow flowed and his blood chi surged, his physical injuries had already healed. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Through the rumbling thunder, Su Zimo's voice sounded slowly into Prince Yunlei's ears. At the same time, on the green stone battlefield, Su Zimo's hands changed and he conjured a dermic seal in the sea of lightning left behind by the 12 heavenly thunders. Boom! Su Zimo raised his hand and a gigantic palm slapped down towards Prince Yunlei. In the blink of an eye, the endless power of thunder in the world gathered on the gigantic palm. The aura of that palm turned increasingly terrifying and was surrounded by endless lightning. It was like a gigantic hand that had descended from the heavens to kill all living beings and could suppress and destroy everything. Thunder Palm. It was a powerful secret skill of the Void Thunder Manual. Back in Absolute Thunder City, the Thunder Emperor, Feng Cantion, had just escaped with his severely injured body. The moment he released that secret skill, he killed 2 perfected immortal experts on the spot. After Prince Yunlei released the 12 heavenly thunders, his essence spirit was extremely weak. He could not defend against the incoming palm strike at all. Yunlei withdrew a few dermic treasures from his storage bag hurriedly and tore apart more than 10 protection talismans. The moment he did that, the thunder palm descended. An unimaginable power struck him and Prince Yunlei heard cracking sounds. More than 10 protection talismans were like paper against the impact of the thunder palm. Boom! Even with dermic treasures in front of him and above his head, Prince Yunlei's body shuddered. Unable to control his body, he fell from the green stone battlefield and landed heavily on the ground. His mind was in chaos and he fainted on the spot. A heaven immortal of the Xian Immortal Kingdom hurriedly took action and brought Prince Yunlei back to the spectator area. He was only relieved when he saw that the latter's life force was not severed. Everyone looked at Su Zimo with wary gazes. As expected of someone who received a personal challenge from Prince Yunting. In the same cultivation realm, only Prince Yunting could fight against such a monster incarnate. In the 4th round, Su Zimo won and his ranking on the Earth ranking rose to 6th. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and leaped down from the green stone battlefield, returning to Heaven and Earth Academy to recuperate his essence spirit. Although his body had already recovered to its peak, the power of his essence spirit had not recovered much. Under the nourishment of the Creation Lotus platform, the Green Lotus essence spirit only recovered around 30%. Feng Yin felt a sense of relief after watching the battle. To think that Su Zimo would have such a powerful trump card. Thankfully, Prince Yunlei made a move and forced out his trump card first. Otherwise, it would have taken me a lot of effort to neutralize such methods. Feng Yin was expressionless as he contemplated the situation in his mind. With that, his chances of winning were much higher. Although Su Zimo's physical injuries had already recovered, his essence spirit had expended a lot of energy. This was a huge weakness and could be considered fatal in a fight of this level. Feng Yin's expression was calm and he was increasingly confident. In the other battlefields, Lu Ping defeated Prince Yuntao of the Xian Immortal Kingdom and was temporarily ranked 5th on the Earth ranking. Before long, Princess Scarlet Rainbow defeated her opponent as well and was still ranked 3rd on the Earth ranking. After the 4th round, 3 of the top 6 of the Earth ranking were from Heaven and Earth Academy. Many cultivators shook their heads gently and lamented when they saw that. In the 9 heavens, when they saw Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and the others attack and seal Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the other Heaven and Earth Academy disciples, everyone thought that Heaven and Earth Academy was finished. To think that a shocking battle would change the situation of the Earth ranking completely. Heaven and Earth Academy shone brightly while the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were removed from the Earth ranking completely. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.